John, Josh, and Nick are all here.
Uh-oh.
I hear something echoing.
Is it coming out of John's computer right now?
Yeah, I think it's coming from John.
Mute. Always got to mute the tabs. Got to mute the tabs.
It's important to mute the tabs, John.
John, I woke up this morning and I checked my flight tracker and it said,
had we landed yet?
It said that you arrived safely on the ground at 2:06 in the morning, which would have got you into Lincoln, probably in the neighborhood of about 3:45, 4, somewhere in that range.
It was 4 o'clock when I pulled into the house.
You pulled into the house?
Because
you were tired.
Well, the garage is attached to the house. Because the other part was, you got to get the bags off. You got to unload the plane.
The bag.
You had to shuffle your feet across the tarmac because it was still slick out there.
It was.
And then,
You gotta go back to
then
campus,
you had
get
the
your car.
You had the nice little, 1/100th of an inch of ice that's always the toughest to scrape.
It is.
To get off your car.
Yep.
So, yeah, by the time all of that got done, and then you kind of tiptoed a little bit because I wasn't sure just how good the roads were going to be, and then we're fine. But by the time I got home, it was 4 o'clock.
What time do you think head hit pillow?
It was very well.
4:01.
There's another story to this. I was going to save this for what's for dinner because it's food related, but while we're on the subject,
might as well.
You stopped at Hardee's.
No, I did not stop at Hardee's. I would have rather stopped at Hardee's than, I don't even know. It was some local place. We got pizzas. It was weird because it was a pizza place.
Valentino's
in Providence.
I got worms.
Yeah. So we had pizzas, we had calzones, and then we had chicken finger boxes that smelled like ass. I don't know what.
Drop. That's a new drop.
They were like
finger boxes.
They were
smelled like ass.
They were chicken fingers on top of French fries, and then they had rice.
What is this?
It's like the Nick Grimm box.
No, I'm in on this. Let's do this.
Is this the Cheesecake Factory?
And then there was like I guess there was like a mixture of sliced tomatoes, peppercini peppers, and probably green peppers, I'm guessing. It was the weirdest combination of food I've ever seen.
Did it taste like it smelled?
And it smelled like ass.
How did it taste?
What's going on in Providence?
Well, but that's not the real part of the story. So the real part of the story is
that's not.
We're on the bus. We're driving from the arena to the airport. It's about a 15, 20-minute long drive. And, of course, you got all these damn pizza boxes everywhere, and everyone's passing pizza boxes. Do you want this kind of pizza? You want this kind of pizza? I had the clamshell of the ass strips on my lap. And I was sitting next to Coach Miller, and he was tired of holding the box. Or maybe it was Marcus. I couldn't tell, but somebody was tired of holding the box. It's a giant ass pizza box with calzones in it.
No pun intended on the ass.
Yeah. And so they put it up in the, how they have the cubby holes above the seats on the bus. And it was sitting up there, and we rounded this corner, and next thing I know, here comes the calzone. Whee!
There's
falling
a calzone included in this party too.
Oh yeah, pizzas, calzones, ass strips, all this stuff. The calzone box smashes into the ground in the aisle between the seats, splatters all over the side of my pants. It's all over the floor. It looks like Tony Soprano vomited because there's like tomato sauce and stuff all over the place.
Was this before or after you talked to Kalkbrenner on the bus?
This was
during.
Before.
Okay, that would have been funny if it was after.
My gosh, yes.
It was before. So all of this is taking place while I'm trying to eat the ass strips. Didn't want to touch the rice. Didn't have a silverware anyway. I got calzone sauce all over the side of my pants. And so I'm trying to wipe some of that off and whatnot. And And then, it's always a scramble. When you're trying to get off the plane and the managers are trying to gather up all the garbage, so we clean up the bus. Meanwhile, Marcus was down there, cleaning up the spilled calzone sauce. It was like a comedy routine. And we get on the plane, and I had left the rest of my box behind because I ate a couple of chicken fingers, and that was all I was going to eat because it smelled like ass. And Rob Anderson brings on his clamshell, and then the one I left behind said, "Did you mean to take this with you?" And I said, "No, I did not with it." But so we get on the plane, and I'm hustling because I just got the interview with Kalkbrenner, and Joey, our producer, had just sent me the post-game audio that I had done, and I was trying to assemble it all together so I could push it out onto the website.
Oh, the Jays podcast.
People forget.
So yeah, I'm hustling because as soon as the plane takes off, we lose internet. So I'm hustling. Meanwhile, I've got jackasses, filling up my timeline saying, "You Jake stars, durr." And so I'm trying to ignore all that crap.
Blue Jay Bishop.
If only they would have known that you had calzone pants.
I had calzone pants and ass strip smell. So anyway, Rob eats a couple of his strips, and then he sets the rest of the box down at his feet. And so this whole time we're in the air, and the stewardess told us that there was this big headwind. And so if we would have flown at our regular altitude, it would have taken us 4 hours. So they got permission to lower the altitude so they could fly faster.
You guys flew over Canada. Did you know that?
No.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
I figured it would have hit John like a spidey sense. Like, oh no, there's free healthcare here.
Get me off this damn plane.
Get me out.
I had no idea.
Oh, wow.
But Rob, so we're on this plane.
John in Canada last night.
Nice.
Yep.
Canada handshake meme.
I've been there before. Quebec was nice. But so, as we're trying to, get to the right altitude, we spent a good 20 minutes of just shaking all over the place. Meanwhile, Rob and I have our laptops in our laps, and these are the airplanes I've talked about before. Rob and I always end up in the row where the next row of seats is way too forward. And so the tray tables do us no good. We can't even reach them unless we unbuckle. And so we're trying to, I'm trying to do my charts. Rob's trying to update his notes, and the plane's jostling. Meanwhile, the box of ass strips that Rob finished at his feet was, the speakers were coming up, and I'm like, God, this reeks.
Unbelievable.
It was a crazy first hour of the flight until we got out of the turbulence. And, and the first thing I did when I got home before I went to bed was I put the calzone pants in the wash.
Understandably so.
What a story.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a wild.
I'm happy that you
trip.
told the story now, John, because I don't know if we would have had enough time at the end of the show during dinner to get to this entire story.
It's a short segment.
Yeah, the calzone pants.
I want to circle back to something that I had picked up on and Stibbs had mentioned in the comments.
Yes, I was wondering about this too.
Yeah.
You said Mana-Jays. Does the staff on the Blue Jays basketball team call themselves the Mana-Jays?
He says, please don't tell me they call their team managers Mana-Jays.
That's been the nickname for many, many years, the Mana-Jays.
They don't actively call. It's not like they walk around and say, I'm a Mana-Jay.
Yeah, they don't have shirts, but they'll occasionally play manager games. They'll match up. If we go on the road or the other team's coming to town, they'll try to organize manager games.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I believe, there's a Twitter handle, Creighton Mana-Jays.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what they call
Stibbs has responded, by the way, to your confirmation.
Oh, of course he has. Of course he has.
And do they call them Mana games?
The Mana-Jays playing Mana games.
One of the more prominent basketball writers keeps track of all the manager games.
There's a manager game Kempom.
Yes, somebody's, and it's one of the
people.
It's bad.
Watch the sport. Stop talking about all your numbers. Just watch the damn games. I'm sick of the nerds.
Yeah.
Chance, man of Jesus Christ.
That's Notre Dame's. That's Notre Dame's managers.
Should we start calling John Mana John?
Man of
We
John.
should call him calzone pants.
Well, I'm not a
Calzone.
manager.
See, I thought at first that he
Calzone
was talking about
pants.
Jahen's Manigaw. When he first said that, I was like,
He's kind of a manager
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Well, he is, and he has played in
Yeah.
the manager.
So is
games.
Mitch, and it's cheating.
Yeah, but you know what? Other teams are really good at it too. Like I think, I'm trying to remember who it was. It may have been Marquette had some ringers on their team.
The ringer.
So I mean, the
Remember when
manager
Butler
games
had
are
like Greg Oden last
Yeah,
year?
exactly.
That's
I mean,
cheating.
I mean,
He was the number
technically,
one overall draft pick.
exactly. It's all gamesmanship. It's just like anything else.
John, a question coming in. I guess we're going to need Nick's help on this one. Baymon writes, did we give John kudos for his bing bong?
Bing bong!
Nice.
So the original intent of the Bing Bong was to do it in New York.
in New York,
Uh-huh.
not in Providence.
But you
it's
ripped one in Providence.
Yeah, that's fun too.
And then
That's
you
fun
had
too.
to smell like ass.
I had to actually,
And
yeah.
calzone.
Then I smelled like ass. I actually had to think about it because I was like, "What's that phrase again?" Literally, I had to think
Bing
about it.
bong.
And then it was like,
when did
Bing bong!
the Bing Bong come in? When did it?
That was after the game, right?
At the end of the game, the end of game call.
That's awesome. That is so
it was
good.
really strong.
It is. It's
Very,
a great.
really strong.
Bing bong!
Hodson, an excellent drop. So clean.
Very clean. Good job,
Very
Joey.
good.
I wanted it to
Shout
be
out
clean.
Joey. Yeah, I got a chance to listen to quite a bit of John last night because I hopped in the car after the Creighton women dispatched of Seton Hall last night,
That
and
they did.
well, the first thing, John, that I hear is the play where Kalkbrenner didn't get fouled and then got the tee. And so I was like, wow, I got in at the absolute perfect
Oh, I
time.
haven't heard that. I haven't heard
it-
John's call.
It was great stuff.
We actually have it. We'll have it.
Is that your
Well,
computer again?
No, Nick's got it actually.
No,
No, I
have
was
it.
saying the sound.
There was another noise.
Yeah, there was a sound.
Oh,
again.
yeah. No,
A
that
second
was- that
noise
was a
has hit the
mistake.
stream.
Yeah,
Oh,
I,
no.
I-
Noise
I
is
very
hit the
much
stream.
enjoyed it. I just, it was so great because my favorite part about listening to John is knowing that on the road, Marcus Blossom is sitting right next to him.
Directly
So
next
the
to him.
athletics director of Creighton is just hanging out there as John.
Hey,
like,
I was
these
relatively
refs are
calm.
idiots.
I didn't call the refs
You
idiots.
did not. I was waiting for it, but you
I
never
was
did.
very Evan Burrows, you suck.
Marcus will be reacting to the game more intensely than John or
I guess that's true. John just has a microphone.
yeah.
Mhm.
Him and
Yeah.
Mike are over there. They're locked in.
This time he didn't run into me and throw me overboard like he did in Villanova. When he leaned into me after the basket. So
Odson says, hot take. I've grown to really prefer listening to John's calls versus TV.
Well, some of the TV calls are a little questionable
Yeah,
at
that's
times.
true. That's true.
the new voice of the Yankees was calling the game last
Indeed.
night.
Oh,
He was.
Dave
Sims?
Sims.
Dave Sims.
And
I
he-
almost said Dave Neal.
Yeah,
I
it was
believe he
Dave
called
Sims.
Isaac Trout. Isaac. It was Trout.
Bass.
It was like Trot or
Oh, good lord!
he messed it up at one
he's
point.
no
I can't
John
remember.
Sterling, but he's pretty good.
when I got home and I turned it on,
A Troutonian blast.
Riss was like, that guy kind of sounds like the voice of the Mariners. I go, well, he was,
He
but
was.
now he is the voice
Funny
of the
you should say
Yankees.
that.
She's like, what? Since when? I
Yeah.
said, since 2.5 months from now.
Yeah, I talked to him before the game, and he's like, he's really, really excited. I mean, obviously, I believe he's from New York originally, and so this is kind of a dream for him.
Homecoming.
But he was like, I might actually get a ring. I want to get a ring.
Wow, tough look for the Mariners.
Wow.
I just-
Well, I mean, the
Ouch,
Mariners famously didn't make many playoffs.
They have not made the World
the,
Series.
The Rockies have made a playoff before the Mariners.
The Rockies have made the World Series before
Yeah.
the Mariners. That's tough.
The Rockies didn't make the playoffs before the Mariners.
Oh, I meant the World Series. I got the word.
Oh, the
wrong.
World Series. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes,
Stib
that
says,
they
listen,
did.
Dave doesn't care about details like names. He's perfect. But then adds, hey, F you, Dave. I take it back. There you go.
I just hope we get some kind of.
Stibbs remembering he's no longer of his team anymore.
That's true. He's a Yankee now.
I just hope this guy does some kind of musical rendition based off of Giancarlo Stanton's name.
I don't think he will.
I don't think he will.
I hope he doesn't. I really don't need to hear
But
anymore.
what if John
of that.
Sterling decides he wants to unretire again? What will Dave Sims do?
Oh, yeah, you
Great
know
point.
what's going to happen. Yankees are going to win the pennant again. And then, oh, look, it's John Sterling again.
Series? That was a bad one. I'm sorry.
I mean, you got the right idea.
yeah, that's true.
It's the thought that counts.
Mhm.
Yesterday, what was the one? Oh yeah, it was John or not John Carlo. John Sterling
Mhm.
has been fooled many times
by the home runs.
by home runs that are
aren't-
not home runs.
Yeah, yeah.
And there was one we were watching yesterday. It was at Fenway, and it ended up being a single off the wall.
Oh my gosh.
And he's like,
Well-
that is way out of here, out of the ballpark, a Stantonian blast. And he does his whole thing and whatever. It lasts like 30 seconds. It's like, what I miss?
Well, we played the one, remember, and I think this happened as the show was going on, where, and I think it was against Seattle, where he called a home run, but it was the replay of the home run from the
I forgot
from the
about
last
that.
time. I can't remember who was batting. It may have been Judge, but whatever the last time he was batting, and so they were showing a replay, and because they were doing the game remotely, Sterling called it as if it was live again.
Oh my God.
And then oh my God, I forgot her name. His partner.
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Susan
Waldman.
Yep.
Susan Waldman.
Susan Waldman.
kind of just kind of jumped in and said, "Actually, John, that's it looks like we were fooled by another replay."
She always tries to save him too, and it can't
Yeah,
be saved.
Who is she, Chris
she is
Anderson on the Bo Pelini audio tape? Actually, some of the fans returned.
So part of the reason I like to listen to the Yankees broadcast was because I liked their chemistry because of things like that.
Oh,
she would
really?
just try to bail him out.
Oh, it's definitely like a mother-son type of deal.
They had a really good. They both liked Broadway, so she would encourage him. He would
Who's
just
the analyst for the Yankees now? Is it still her? Or they
I assume she
I
stays.
I
right?
think
Kick her
Susan
out.
is still there.
She'll
I
still
don't
be
think
there?
she's left.
Oh, good for her.
She's good. I like listening.
Remember
to
when
her.
he got hit by a foul ball a couple years ago?
That's right. I'm dying.
That's the dream for John at the College World Series to get the foul
And
ball.
die?
Well, no.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. I think
No, not
Nick
really.
maybe will be rooting death on, but
Wow.
of himself.
See, and I like John Sterling because he proves that you can be an old and still have energy in a baseball broadcast, unlike some other olds who
Do you
call
think
baseball
John Sterling had
broadcasts.
energy?
Yes.
Bob from A-Rod.
I think he had more energy than what's his face in Kansas City.
Denny Matthews.
Denny Matthews, thank you.
Well, but Denny's like 207.
Royals
Yeah.
gonna win the World Series.
Yeah, it is pretty wild how he just
Cool.
didn't seem to care.
But in fairness, that's I mean, Denny at 30 years
That's
old
exactly
had
right.
the same. I mean, the only thing that has changed is that his voice has gotten older,
Mhm.
which means it's even more deeper than it was. But Denny's energy, or whatever you want to call it, enthusiasm, his monotone, whatever, has always been the same.
Yep.
Which is why it drove me nuts as a Cubs fan, Harry Carey, when all my Royals fan friends, when I was growing up, would be like, "Oh, Danny Matthews, he's the best," and I would listen and be like, "This guy's the most boring blah 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 ever," because it's just he was just different,
Everybody
right, than what I was
loves
used to.
their guy.
Isn't it wild, John, to think that if you would have grown up a Royals fan and Denny is your idol, that you call games completely different now because maybe he is who you try to emulate as a broadcaster?
Interesting.
Oh.
Because John has like a combination of Kent, Pavelka, and Harry Carey in terms of kind of how some of his mannerisms.
Yeah, that
He could have been Creighton Denny Matthews.
So
Here, let's
boy.
test this. Let's test this. Let's pretend it's last night.
Kalkbrenner dunk.
And the Jays have won their 8th straight. Jays win. Jays win. Jays win. Bing bong. And back with the totals in a moment.
After dish. And then that's when Danny gets up and leaves.
See you later.
He goes home.
Rob Anderson, you get to do the total.
Steve, no, he goes, Steve will have
There
the
you
totals
go.
after this.
It's so
There
funny.
you go.
That's when Steve
You know
Stewart
what? Sometimes
comes
you
in.
just want to go home. I get it. I love going home.
Steve will have the totals after this.
By the way, how about this from Sonny? The smile on my face from my Jays and Jays over win was turned into an all-out burst of laughter when I heard John shouting, "Jays win, Jays win, Jays win." Bing bong.
Bing bong!
Great energy,
The
John.
hold of the bong is beautiful.
Bing bong! Man, this is going to be on the Chick and Nick pod next week. It definitely will be.
It's a great drop.
Definitely will be.
Well, they also got to slow it up last night. So
Oh, no.
yeah. They got one of
8
those
straight
too.
wins.
Can you believe it?
I cannot. I literally cannot. They were so bad in December, and now they're not bad.
They didn't have a road win until they went to Butler. And
Who
I
were they,
remember
Nebraska?
after they beat Butler, and of course that place. Hinkle's always been tough on Creighton. I'm like, oh, thank God they got a road win and we beat them in Hinkle. And then to think that, 4 road games later is like, damn, they're still winning. That's incredible.
Yep.
Saturday's going to be lit, I've proclaimed.
Have you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
The tickets are, I was talking to some of the guys. There are no tickets to be had.
Nor should there be.
Oh, wow.
No. There should be some great energy in that building. And by the way, kudos to Shaka. I don't know if you guys noticed this the other night, but at least on Tuesday night, he was color coordinated. Normally Mr. One color polo, opposite color long sleeve under the polo. At least this time it was all darker color.
He also likes the,
it didn't look quite as
yes,
bad.
the long sleeve under the polo, but also like the polo has a bunch of weird stripes on it.
He loves the
He
striped
looks like
polos.
a 4th grader who's dressing up for school.
Picture day.
Yeah.
Shaka smart.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shaka's gonna hear it. But if they win, they'll get all his players ice cream.
I love ice cream. I had a bowl of ice cream when I got home last night.
I like ice cream at airports.
Sometimes you order the ice cream and then they don't win, and then all the media gets ice cream.
I was going to ask you,
awesome.
Connor, wasn't that last year where they had a bunch of, was it Dairy Queen or something? And the Jays ended up winning that game, and it was leftover ice cream.
Was it last year or a couple of years ago now? But
it was one of the last 2 years where they had ice cream left over, and because they didn't win. When Creighton volleyball does that, they wait and they go to a place. They don't bring the ice cream to the arena. They literally physically get up, leave the arena and find an ice cream place and, get it right there.
That's my kind of team.
Yeah.
Takes effort.
That's the only disadvantage here in Omaha is what's the closest ice cream place to CHI? I don't know if there is any.
There's one downtown, isn't there?
Is there?
I have to imagine.
Be
so.
Ted and Wally's.
Ted and Wally's.
It'd have to be, right?
Coneflower over in Blackstone.
There's a Coneflower. Actually, it would be Coneflower. The other Coneflower.
Oh, that's right in the new location over by the ballpark.
What's that place called?
Millwork Commons.
Yeah, that's
maybe
that where we got our pictures.
Oh my God.
Well,
Coneflower.
There's Zestos, but they only open that occasionally.
That's true. It's just a window.
Yeah.
I don't think
it's a window.
They'd open the window.
I've never had ice cream from there during the College World Series.
When
hey, right. Happer's wife.
My wife is Zesto open.
See, I thought they were open year round. Are they just a College World Series?
No, they're not. They're not.
I think they're open a little more than just the College World Series.
Oh, here we go. If you go to Google, it says temporarily closed.
Right, but it's not open now because who's having ice cream on a random Thursday.
Well, I
plus
had it
it's
on a
also
random
it's not
Wednesday.
hot outside. It's super not hot outside. It's the middle of February.
It's
You don't
very
even
cool.
have to check your back
that's
seat.
right. We can't eat ice cream when it's below.
I disagree,
40
Nick. You could
degrees.
freeze to death in a car.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Nick said you don't have to check a back seat, and I said you could freeze to death in a
Nope,
car.
that's not true. You don't have to check your back seat in the winter.
By the way, there are Zestos that are open, it looks like year-round, including the one by my old...
Irvington.
No, I was going to say Florence. The one. But there is the Cherry Hills one. Yeah,
There's a Zestos in Irvington?
Yes.
Irvington.
Off the Irvington
It's
exit.
off the Irvington exit. Instead of going
Is
right to
there?
Walmart, you go left, right up by the Italian place that's up there. Isn't there
I
an
didn't
Italian
know
place
that.
over there.
Maybe.
I think
Maybe.
so.
You talk about Manja?
No, not mine. That's a little. That's
That's-
actually
yeah.
into like Irvington.
Oh
wow. Stibbs.
Better be
Wow.
careful there, Connor.
Wait.
Oh, wait. And there
Oh,
was
my
a
goodness.
response. Oh, no. Stibbs is about to break up another marriage. Bing bong.
Josh is coming in. He's got my back.
Oh.
Oh, no, Josh.
Oh, no. It's a menage a trois.
Wow. So many people saying hello to each
Oh, no. And it's continuing.
Wow, just a lot of people saying hello in the chat.
Hi.
Hi. Wow. Oh, man.
Glad everybody's met each other. That's good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's good. We're making friends in the comment section today.
That's nice.
Mhm.
It's nice to say hello to people.
Old friends, new friends, many friends.
Yep.
Many, many friends.
On many sides.
How
Hey,
about
where you got a Jays video? Is there a game that I didn't know
Hi,
about?
Happer?
Is there a sport happening today, or are you just rocking? Because you look dressed like you're going to do something.
Well, I have a thing tonight, but I have women's basketball tonight in Lincoln. But
Okay.
I'm not wearing the shirt. I'm
Okay.
going home.
Okay. I
It's
wanna make-
just a shirt.
Okay.
The
you
people-
look like you're dressed up to do something.
I would pay you to wear that shirt to courtside at the Nebraska game tonight.
That would be pretty funny.
Maybe that's how I
Classic
would
honk.
get a new shirt out of the deal.
Nice.
Oh, there
They'd
you go,
probably
yeah.
have to give me a shirt.
Oh, have they not equipped you with stuff?
Not really.
Uh-oh.
Not really.
They're busy. They have a new volleyball coach
They're
right now. They're doing a press
busy.
conference.
Happer, I like that shirt because it's a very nice polo, but the patch looks like something you'd see on like a mechanic jacket.
I know.
It's great.
Actually, it
I have one of
does.
those too.
I know. I love this shirt.
By the way, John points out, I drive by the Zestos in Cherry Hills, and their drive-through is at least 9 or 10 deep every single day.
People
White
like ice cream.
people.
Every day.
What are they
Hey,
serving
white
coffee?
Man, am I allowed to say how I feel about Zestos?
Whoa.
You feel badly about
I
it?
just think it's
Whoa.
You ever got a crunch cone, buddy?
overrated. Is all I would say.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, what is overrated? What didn't
Flavor.
you?
Flavor. I think the flavor is mid.
Well, what did you get?
Are an ice cream
I don't know. I mean, it's been years now, but I used to go to the one in Florence all the time.
Did you get a crunch cone, buddy?
I don't know. It's been years.
Get a
Happer.
crunch cone.
I was a child. I got what's the Zesto version of the thing at Dairy Queen? They do the thing upside
The
down.
frosty
Blizzard.
the
Blizzard. Whatever their version of the Blizzard is. I had that and I was like,
Don't
man,
get that. Just get some ice cream.
I like-
Soft serve, baby.
Okay. Maybe this
I
summer.
mean,
Maybe
it's-
we do a video this summer when we're at the College World Series.
No, I'm working the whole time. I don't
Maybe
know what you're doing.
That's true.
Maybe Matt McMaster and I giving our takes.
Oh.
He's going to give a good take and you'll get him an ice cream cone as a treat.
That would. Oh, there we go. I will buy
Oh,
him
father
an ice
and
cream.
son.
I will buy him one ice cream cone if he has one good take. Congrats, Matt. Here's your ice cream cone.
Will you hold his hand as you walk him up there?
Not a bad idea. This would be good video content.
It would be. I'm also going to be busy, so you're going to have to film it.
Okay. All right.
Busy.
I'm also working at the
I will
College
ask the
World Series.
director of audio to be the director of video, the assistant director of video that day. His name is Josh Odson. Can Josh help out with the video, Nick?
Maybe he's taking naps.
This
sometimes.
sounds like
Damn
a
it.
good bit. This sounds like a good bit. I like
Uh-huh.
this.
J-Man,
I like this.
Josh P is an anti-zestite. That's funny. I just think it's overrated is all. Just overrated.
We know you're not an
Oh,
anti-dentite.
Not an anti-dentite.
You got a big teeth.
I'm going to the dentist soon. It's
Hey,
time
me
for
too.
my biannual checkup at the dentist.
I moved my dentist appointments to every 6 months,
There
and
you
I'm
go,
very
Nick.
happy about it.
Shout
They
out to
said
you.
I asked if I could, and they're like, "Yes."
So instead of a scraper, do they use like a garden hoe for your teeth?
Now that would also be a funny bit. We could have done that for picture day. John could have been the dentist on me with a garden hoe on my teeth. We should have done that when we did
I
picture day.
I don't know how well that would have translated.
Get it?
Well,
Because he has big teeth.
We would have laughed it. Oh, Stibbs, do they charge you double at the dentist,
Ooh.
Josh? These are very funny jokes. I'm keeping my beard forever. I'm never shaving it again.
I can see what before they call you in and, the dental techs and everyone is meeting together. Go, which one of you wants the Peterson guy again? That last time it took me 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's a lot of teeth.
A lot of
to cover.
scraping.
A lot of scraping, a lot of cleaning,
A lot of scraping.
and then I go on my way.
I think your teeth look great.
Wow, thank you, Nick.
I mean,
You
they're
did not
clean.
comment on the size.
Yeah.
I think they look great.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Wow. Still huge though.
They looked better when he didn't have the beard.
No, I don't miss that. That was about a year ago
Wow.
Oh,
Why,
Super
and why
Bowl.
did you shave it again?
because I
'Cause-
lost the Super Bowl bet with us three. I
Yeah.
finished in last place.
Oh,
in
that's right. That
prediction.
was a year ago.
It came down to Josh and I literally at the Super Bowl.
We had like six things that we were on opposite
Is there
sides.
something on the line?
We didn't do one this time. Nick
No.
and John still owe me lunch for kicking their ass in our preseason NFL.
You two
team.
still owe me lunch from
Yeah, but-
like 3 years ago.
But now you guys owe me lunch twice. So I
Eating
think
the
that-
lunch from John's pants.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, let's have some pants calzones.
No, I don't want to
Or
lick John's pants.
maybe you'd like some ass strips.
John, when you got home, was Wrigley like Daddy's home? Lick, lick, lick.
No, strangely she
Hey,
wasn't.
Daddy's
home, lick, lick, lick.
That
Strangely
surprises
she wasn't.
Mm.
I
Got to
maybe-
get her
may-
nose checked
she-
out. Make sure
she
everything's
smelled-
okay.
Well,
She smelled-
she smelled ass
and
strips.
she's like, not for me.
She smelled ass strips and thought John was with another dog.
Man, not for me. Not for me.
Hey, Daddy's home, lick, lick, lick. Yeah, Wrigley was not. She was too lazy last night, I guess.
It was 4:00 in the morning.
It was early.
It was 4:00. She was like, no, you have to be in bed sleeping for at least an hour and a half before I decide I need to get up and go pee.
Think about it. Like Matt McMaster, Gary Sharp, they're about to get up for the day. And
That's
John was
true.
just going to sleep.
That's true.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yeah.
That's what Wrigley said.
Hopefully,
Wolf.
John gets some good sleep tonight.
Yeah, I'm fine right now.
You
but
seem
it's
way more
always,
energetic.
It's always the
The
day
next day.
after. So tomorrow
Oh,
at this
boy.
time, just expect me to be head down on the
And
table.
John's
Triggered
always
John
sleepy
during
on
the
Fridays
crossover.
anyway.
Exactly. He just talked about this earlier this week. Friday, John, the whole week hits him. It's going to double hit him tomorrow.
This
Oh.
is not good.
He's going to pass on the
And
one beer
Chiefs
Friday.
are in the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Chiefs are in the Super Bowl. Oh man, bummer.
Yikes.
Can't believe I have to watch that Super Bowl.
I've fired myself up this week. I'm excited. I'm officially excited for the game.
I'm
The
fine.
result.
I'm fine. I'll be honest, outside of the guests we have on, I haven't really thought about the game much.
You've been busy.
Yeah, same though.
Right, but I mean, I'm always busy this time of year,
That's true.
It's just, but it'll be nice, when it's on Sunday.
There you go. And then
Turn
the
the pregame on.
long dark off season begins, and Happer starts to saying basketball's the best thing in the whole
I
world.
love basketball and baseball.
How can you not love it?
Baseball.
How can you not love it? It's going so well.
It is locally.
so good.
Let's see if Omaha can get it done tonight.
Let's go. Trash cans.
Yep, get the trash cans.
Get out the trash cans.
Mhm.
Just make sure when you bang on those trash cans, there's no ass strips or.
You don't want that to go
Calzones.
flying around everywhere.
Oh,
You definitely
no.
do not.
Yeah, it gets everywhere.
It's like sand.
It's like sand.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's rough and it gets everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Hap, don't forget to change your shirt before you head to Lincoln.
I will not forget.
Who do the Huskers have tonight?
The Michigan Wolverines.
Oh, wow.
Josh's favorite basketball
I
team.
saw the book in my office today, and I thought I should bring it to the studio for the bit, and then I just never do.
Oh, was that from Harvey H. Hash Browns?
Yeah, because John would probably wipe his butt with it, and I don't want there to be poop all over the book.
You don't
'cause I'm
want it to
gonna
smell
read
like chicken
someday.
strips?
No, I'd wipe the calzone off my pants.
Excellent point.
All right. Well,
Bye, Ever.
that's your crossover. It's powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair.
Awesome.
Ever Level. A little bit later on, we'll hear from Danny.
Danny.
Yeah.
Knee.
No.
Phantom?
Now that's the real challenge. Can new age Danny have the same vocabulary as old Danny?
Unlikely.
Let's hope
Meet
so.
new Danny, same as the
I
old
mean,
Danny.
how cool would that be, right?
Would be
Am I
pretty
right?
cool. Would be pretty cool.
I guess we'll find out in a little while. All right. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 the zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, it still feels like February.
Well, it
Very
is February.
February.
I mean, it's only February
I
6th,
know.
John. It's not like it's the 28th.
It's a little brighter
I
outside
know.
today, though.
That's true. We did get the
Look
sun.
at the sun.
Look at the sun, John.
That's a good thing.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, I guess we shouldn't complain. You know, the basketball's going well.
Oh, yeah.
So it's biding our time as some of you sickos are mourning the loss of football.
Sickos.
Yeah, sickos. We literally have a graphic that says you're a football sicko, right?
I thought it says that I'm a football.
Oh, pervert! You're a pervert.
I would argue
You're
is
a
worse
pervert.
than a sicko.
It is. Remember, we did the pyramid, I think,
We did.
of things.
The pyramid, Nick's pyramid of perversion.
Okay.
Look, I just like football. But you know what happens, John? After Sunday, then my next countdown is to daylight saving time. 4 weeks from Sunday, folks. 4 weeks. It's almost here.
That is actually nice. I'm
We'll
happy
leave
about
the
that.
studio. The sun will still be in the sky. Oh, it's going to be great.
Unfortunately, that is the one where we lose sleep, though.
Don't care. I don't sleep very well most nights anyway. Not a big deal.
Are you okay?
I just am getting older.
If you had a sink in your bedroom, I bet you'd sleep better.
No, I'd sleep horrible. John, guess what? We viewed a house this morning, and guess what? No sinks in the bedroom.
I'm sorry.
A normal,
Sounds like
very
a
normal,
pretty inferior house to me.
normal layout.
I wouldn't want to buy that house.
Huge. Well, we're renting, so that's
I
great.
wouldn't want to rent that house either.
Huge deck, just the biggest deck I've ever seen.
With a sink on it.
There was no sink. I thought, wow, I could grill on this deck. I could invite friends over. John, you could come over to my humble abode. You and the missus for dinner.
I don't
Din
like
din
the
with
idea that I
calzone
can't
pants.
walk into your bedroom and just randomly wash my hands.
Well, no worries, John.
right
We
next
have
to your
another.
end table.
We have a different bathroom at the house, so you could use that bathroom.
A
at the
second
house.
bathroom has hit the house?
A second bathroom.
Second.
Yeah. I don't know if this will be the place. We did like it.
But
It just, you want more storage space. The
But
backyard,
But it has a roof.
backyard huge, deck huge. Just wish that the house was just a little bigger.
you know what this house hunt of yours reminds me of?
What?
Like when you go on a date and you're not super into the idea of the date, so then you're
Sure.
just trying to find things wrong with the person so you have an excuse not to see
This
them
is
again.
not that, Nick. We're viewing many houses. We're speed house hunting right now.
Yeah, it's like
I don't
speed
have
dating.
to choose this. It's not a big deal if we don't. You got to find positives and negatives.
But like the storage space.
That's
yeah, but it
important.
sure seemed.
Nick, we are married. We have been together for almost now 7 years. We have compiled many, many things. Storage space is important when you have many things.
Or maybe it's time to start paring down.
No, it is not. We're still young. We're in our 30s.
Maybe you don't need to store so many things.
No, we need more storage. We need more. It's not that we need less. We have too many things, and we want more things for our kitchen. Got to have kitchen stuff, Nick. Got to have it.
Well, let's get to the grumdown brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
I told you this was going to happen. I told you.
Well, you bitched and whined. I don't like seeing a zone logo.
That's funny.
I want to see Jesus Nick.
Hey,
That's
you're
funny.
welcome.
I like the Jesus Nick bullet points. Those are
All
fun.
right.
That is really
Jesus
good.
Nick.
Thank you,
Jesus
John.
Nick. And the referees at John Higgins
Nick.
providing you with the grumdown today. The married men conquer Providence.
Oh, I just was talking about being married.
Oh, congrats.
Yep, there we go.
I guess I'll have to ask Stephen Ashworth or Ryan Kalkbrenner if they've been house hunting and do they appreciate having a sink outside of the bathroom.
God,
You should just ask that in every interview moving
They
forward.
are so young to be married. So
Yeah.
young. So young.
The Huskers hold Washington to a relatively normal amount of threes.
Interesting.
You know, when I landed, because remember when we took off, when I took off, it was halftime, and I had all these panicked,
normal tweets.
people who think that Nebraska basketball is cursed for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder why they think that, John.
Tweeting at me saying, "Oh my God, what is happening?" And then I land and I realize, oh look, Washington only hit 10 threes, which is a relatively normal amount of threes for a college basketball team. Maybe a little above average, but not like obscene.
Now, they did start the game, John, by going 7 for 7.
I never said anything yesterday about in what order the shots would come.
Fascinating.
They just decided, hey, let's just go ahead and it's like when you have $300 of chips and you just decide, let's go all in on the first hand. That's what Washington did. And then in the second half, they had no more chips left.
That's true.
Probably a bad idea if you're betting at the Grum Casino.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Go to 1620, the casino.
Don't do that.
Don't worry. You'll lose all your chips, and then we'll just randomly throw more at you. Dani Busboom Kelly and being reintroduced in Lincoln. We'll hear some of her press conference coming up.
Nice get, Nick.
Thanks.
Robin Washut of Husker Online will join us.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
To discuss Washington's relatively normal amount of threes. It is Super Week.
Super Week.
Brought to you by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. Todd Furman will go out in a blaze of glory.
The last time. It's the last interview of the season.
Yes, he'll douse himself in kerosene and light himself on fire while he talks to us about all the props. Did you see, by the way, and I think I deleted this email because, I just randomly.
Because we get a million of them. Hey, do you want to have this person on to talk about dying people? Nope.
But
delete.
President T is going to be at the Super Bowl.
Yes, we talked about this.
And there are a bunch of prop bets, different President T prop bets.
Oh.
On
like what? Like what kind of stuff are we talking about here? What can you bet on?
There was
Will
something
he do a
about
thumbs up? He loves thumbs ups. Connor Happert, President Trump.
It's usually tradition, unless your president no longer has cognitive function to do an interview.
Well, he is doing one of those.
Oh, no,
and he's doing one of those.
Of course,
and so
he is. That guy loves talking.
So there was a prop on the length of the interview, over under. There was a prop on how many times Brett Baer of Fox, who's going to conduct the interview, is going to interrupt him.
Is there any props about if he's actually going to finish a thought or if he's just going to start trailing off and taking a bunch of side roads?
It sounds like you and some of the content questions.
Sometimes.
There was a prop on which team he would pick to win the game.
Oh, yeah,
the Chiefs were like minus 500, so the gamblers or the odds makers are expecting him to pick Kansas City.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't read the others. Those were the ones I remembered.
So we're going to ask these questions of Todd Furman in a little bit.
Hell no. I know.
I got many questions for Todd. None of them involve President T. None of them.
None of them?
No. They're all about the game itself. As in, how much will I be crying on Sunday night, Todd? Tell me. Tell me how many tears.
The unsettlement has begat the nameless entity.
Mm-hmm. What an article this was.
Oh, it was.
Yep.
Parody, thy name is baseball.
Baseball.
Speaking of articles, there was an article about baseball today.
Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Josh, here you go for the football pilled. Ryan Day, first in the playoff, second in the bank account.
Oh, that is awesome. Good for Ryan Day.
And it is.
I forgot about this. It's not on my prep sheet.
Oh. I mean, we said this was the new Thursday tradition.
I forgot. It doesn't seem like it, but I'll have it something I don't care about. Don't worry.
I don't care.
I'll give you something later
Sounds like
on.
You don't care about I don't care.
No, it's not that, Nick. It's just that I forgot.
Yeah, the rules of I don't care is you can't I don't care.
Rats.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Also,
it's
John,
like the rules of Fight Club.
We have
tickets to pie.
Cake, John. Cake.
Pastry. Yes.
We have tickets to cake.
To cupcake.
Today's mystery word, be listening for it.
German chocolate.
Mystery phrase. Long time.
Long tie? Like this from Stibbs?
No.
How far past his waistline does his tie go?
Long Time.
Oh, I
oh,
missed the
time.
M. I missed the M. You
Long
got to enunciate a little bit
time.
better, Nick. We're on the
Long
radio after all.
Time.
Long time.
So after this segment,
Yes,
Yeah.
after this.
Okay.
when this segment concludes, we go to the next commercial break. Beyond that next commercial break, the next time you hear long time, be just be the first caller
Be
in, I
the
guess.
first caller, and then I'm going to ask you what the phrase was, and then you tell me, and then you can win tickets to see Cake at the Astro on June 1st.
Another
Cake at the Astro on June 1st?
Yep.
Another cake contest from Nick, who makes it very easy for people to win.
Nick, could you find out more information at 1620thezone.com?
You absolutely could.
All right. I would
And be
recommend
listening because tomorrow we'll have one more chance.
one more chance,
One
another
more chance.
song,
Another song.
another song title. Awesome. Can't wait.
I assume you're sending us to the link on 1620thezone.com for a delicious recipe for carrot cake.
Ugh, carrot cake.
Why carrot cake?
You don't like
John?
carrot cake?
I don't know if I've ever had it.
I saw. So we have
You've
that.
never had
I
carrot
just don't,
cake.
why would I want to have cake that tastes like a vegetable?
We have
Well,
that.
it does. Well, that's the thing. It doesn't.
But why is it
There's
called
just-
carrot cake then?
Well, there's carrot in it, but it's more. It. Trust me, it
I'm
tastes
sure I'd eat
nothing
it.
like carrot.
I'll eat it.
It's got a delicious cream cheese frosting on the top. It's kind of like, you ever had spice cake?
I don't know. Cream cheese, John. You know that I hate that crap.
No, I didn't know you didn't like cream cheese.
That's why I don't like cheesecake. I don't like when people order the pizza and they put the cream cheese on the pizza. It always makes me
Pretty bad.
always makes
I
me
guess
sad.
Well, also,
Guess
cream
I didn't
cheese.
Ruins
realize
the
that.
consistency.
Cream cheese just doesn't belong on pizza. That's gross.
It doesn't belong in the world, Nick.
So I've had carrot cake before. It's fine.
It's mid.
You know how we have the TV next to our mailboxes here?
Yeah.
There was a GIF on that TV. It's like
GIF?
National Cake Day.
Yeah.
And it was a
Peanut butter?
video or GIF of the carrot cake, and someone was drizzling honey on it. It looks gross.
Aaron texts in, carrot cake is amazing. It doesn't taste anything like carrots. It's probably one of my favorite cakes ever. Top 3 for sure.
Have you ever had pumpkin cake? Like pumpkins,
Uh,
like a pumpkin spice or pumpkin cake or a...
I don't know. I just have normal cake, John. I can't be speaking
What do you
about
mean normal cake? These are all normal
White cake,
cakes.
chocolate cake. Those are the cakes that I have.
You know what? This sounds like a job for the Mrs. the Peterson.
Mrs. the Peterson.
Mrs. the Peterson, the baker slash
She
chef
might be
of
in the car
family.
right now. If she's listening, I don't know if she would want to make carrot
She
cake.
bakes, doesn't she bake too?
Mhm. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she
Yeah.
definitely does.
Maybe this is a good time for a carrot.
Strigoi says Josh was another horrid food take, such a child's pal. My pal's very normal.
I do sense there's, I mean,
A disturbance in the
it's
force.
one of those things that, you know, when you hear the name, you think, oh no, there's no way I would like this. And so you've limited yourself from trying it. That's
Yes,
what it sounds like.
that is definitely what it is. That is definitely what's going on here. I'll be honest. J-Man
I-
says,
I-
Josh be
I-
hating on Version Pisons. No, I just don't like the Pisons. I mean, I'll eat it. I just don't want cream cheese in
Also,
my pizza.
there
Well,
are
it's not like every Pisons has
Exactly.
cream
That's
cheese.
why I like many of the
and
pies.
there's many pizza places that put cream cheese on pizza for some reason.
Yeah, I say no cream cheese. Thank you very much.
it's not
I
good.
want the mozzarella. I want the mozzarella cheese.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not anti cream cheese on pizza necessarily.
You're just not pro.
But I wouldn't.
you wouldn't
the wife,
order it.
The wife likes it, but I would never order it.
Yeah.
I would never order it. I'd just say, nah, I don't need that. You got the mozzarella? I'm good. You got the mozzarella on there? That's a good enough. That's a good enough for me.
Nice.
Not the cream of cheese. What is it wrong with you Americans?
By the way, stay tuned later on for What's for Dinner. Sadly, John will have to call an
I
audible
got to come
since
up with a new
since
story.
he told a great story in the crossover about
Calzone pants.
an assy
Calzone
chicken
pants
strips.
and ass strips.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was, man. That was the funkiest smell. And I'm like,
Funky butt loving.
damn. First of all, the plane's shaking and I'm trying to, type.
that's not good.
And then occasionally just the waft of ass strip smell would come in.
Ugh.
Like, why does it smell like this?
And then you get home at 4 a.m. and you're tired.
And then you get home at 4 a.m.
and your
Yeah,
dog won't even lick.
And
lick,
the
lick
dog won't even greet
Yeah,
me.
come lick me, dog, said
Just,
John last
Hey,
night.
Daddy's home. Just laid there on the bed and kind of looked up and said, "Oh, you're back. I guess that means I have to move over."
What time did you wake up today? How many hours of sleep did you get?
Well, I had an interview scheduled for 10, so
yucky.
I was up before.
You were up before
probably
10.
like 8:30, 9ish.
Well, I mean, 5 hours isn't too bad, I guess. I was thinking, I was just worried about you with your body clock that it was going to be.
Oh, my body clock's going to be ruined. Like I said, I'll be fine today.
Rancid.
It'll be tomorrow
Yeah.
where everything will be like, will revolt.
Yes.
My body will revolt against me as it has done most of my life. Let's see. 402-951-1620 on the Calzone Pants hotline.
Nice.
Great name.
Give us a call.
Give us a call or a text. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620.
Nice.
Brought to you by JTech Solar and Construction. And then there's that Equitable Bank inbox. You know, Old Man Doug might answer the phone on the half ring because he's so happy right now.
Because Nebraska won again last night. Congrats, Doug, on the Skurs. Getting it done.
I don't think it was
GBR, says Old Man Doug.
I don't think it was that.
GBR.
Yeah, but they'll take your banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Nice. Lots of ways to get in touch with us.
There are. And for those of you who like to comment, our YouTube comment section is always a lively, active place.
Yep, it definitely is.
And so if you watch us in the stream, we appreciate when you go to zonetv.live, or if you go to our official YouTube channel, which is 1620 the Zone TV. Is it 1620 the TV or 1620
it's 1620 the Zone TV?
Why didn't we name it 1620 the TV?
That would have been pretty good, actually.
Because we've done everything else 1620 the.
I think when we named Zone TV, it was pre everything being 1620 the blank.
I
think that we
don't have the option of changing it. We can't go in and alter it and pray we don't alter it any further.
I don't know. I mean, we've kind of gone down this road, so yeah, it'd be a little
bit
harder.
Well, 1620 the Zone TV on YouTube. You can subscribe to that, and anytime one of our shows goes live, it'll give you the little
notification.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
And tell you, hey, Zone TV is live. And there is where you can comment in the YouTube, just like you comment on any other YouTube video. You comment here, and we get to see it here on our dashboard. It's great. It's right next to the air conditioning knobs. It's perfect.
It's so cool.
Speaking of that was the other thing about the plane was it would vacillate. When we got on the plane, it was like 85 in there. You know, it was just hotter than hell. Then we'd take off.
One of the strips not bad.
And then it'd cool off, and then just arbitrarily, 10 minutes before we land, just the temperature just goes.
I love hearing John complain about his private jet.
Well, it was a charter. It wasn't a private jet. It was a charter jet.
Yeah, Nick, it was a charter
jet. It's a charter company. I don't get to fly the PJ.
That's true. Just the charter, Nick.
Just the charter.
It's a nice charter. They do a nice job. They come back with the tray of snacks, and the stewardesses are always nice, and we got chips and fruit snacks and
assy strips.
Well, no, the ass strips came from wherever that restaurant was. Yeah, that was whatever that restaurant was in Providence. I'm going to make a recommendation that next year, just give me some Chick-fil-A. I don't want ass strips anymore.
Yeah.
Are you going to leave a negative Yelp review, John?
I guarantee you they don't serve ass strips at Chick-fil-A.
You never know. Did I just hear one of your sons say yes they do?
that would be the other person in the house who is an ex-employee of Chick-fil-A. I guarantee you they don't smell like the ones I had last night.
Ex-employee, congrats.
Nice.
Well, he is. He hasn't worked there for a while now.
Yeah.
He gone. All right. Coming up next, we'll look back at last night, including some audio you may have missed. As the married guys dominate in Providence. The Jays pick up a huge win, and a little bit later on, we'll talk with Robin Washut and recap the Huskies over. The Huskers over the Huskies.
And the normal amount of threes.
And a relatively normal amount of made three-point field goals.
Interesting.
I didn't get a chance to hear Kent's broadcast last night, but I bet you somewhere during the broadcast, he turned to young Jake and he said, this is a relatively normal amount of made three-point field goals by the opposition.
I'm guessing he did.
All right. It is the Grum. It is a Thursday. Glad you could be with us. It's 1620 The Zone.
What?
Is my audio okay, guys?
Sound awesome to me.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, well, you guys sound a little
little
goofy to
wonky.
me, but we'll power through here.
You've never sounded better.
Just turn the
Thank you,
subtitles on
appreciate
the stream, John.
Turn the subtitles on.
Update on the calzone pants.
Oh.
Are they toast? Are they going to have to
I think they're toast.
go into the big pants heaven in the sky?
Did you spray them with anything, or did you just
Yeah,
throw them in the
we got the OxyClean pre-treater, and I put that on now. I did that last night and put it right into the washer. You're supposed to let that sit out and soak for a while. I don't know. I very rarely use the pre-treater stuff.
We just spray it and put it in right away when we use
That's what I did.
We use OxyClean or Shout. It kind of depends.
Yeah, I just re-sprayed them. I'll try to run them through one more time, but I have a feeling the calzone pants may have served their last
broadcast.
Well,
at least you got to say bing bong while wearing them.
That's true.
Bing bong! That's wild that you don't change into comfy clothes for the flight home. You don't put on.
There's literally no time.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Because as soon as especially on trips like this, where a game starts at 7:30, 8:30 Eastern time, and it's literally the furthest trip in the Big East to Providence. The effort to hustle out of the arena as fast as possible. So yeah, there's really no time to change. I mean, they were giving me a hard time. As everyone was leaving the locker room, I needed to go in and tinkle. And
tinkle.
And they
calzone pants had to tinkle.
They weren't calzone pants yet. That happened later. And they were like, "We're gonna leave without you." I said, "I'm not that slow." So yeah, we were in a hurry last night. So no, there was no time to change into comfy clothes.
Wow.
If I had, then I would have lost some comfy clothes to the flying calzone.
That's true.
So,
that's true. I guess in the end, it all works out for you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll just get another pair. But speaking of last night, things were the first 10, 12 minutes of the game last night in Providence looked like it was going to be similar to Saturday's game in Philadelphia, where both offenses struggled. And then this moment happened, Nick. That's the only highlight I sent you.
You sent me like 3 different things, though, John.
No, I sent you a highlight. There was 2 interviews and a highlight.
And then this happened.
Here's Ashworth. Ashworth stops, throws one up for Kalkbrenner, who gets the basket. And that should have been an and one. Arunse was into his body, but somehow Kalkbrenner was able to finish. Oh, wait a minute. And I think Kalkbrenner got teed up. He did. Kalkbrenner got teed up. He was arguing with Tony Henderson down the floor. They missed the foul down on this end. Kalkbrenner got fouled on the make. And he was angry at the no call. And now free throws here in the possession for Jaden Pierre. That's the first ever technical for Ryan Kalkbrenner. But I got to say, as he misses the second free throw, that one was earned. That was a clear foul. I mean, the whole dang world could see it, except for the guys who count. But from that moment on, and that happened with 8.5 minutes to go, exactly 8:15 to go, that was Ryan Kalkbrenner's first basket of the night. He had started 0 for 5, and it looked like it was going to be one of those nights. But from that moment forward, he proceeded to score 33 points more, so 35 for the game. He would pull down double-digit rebounds, so he picked up a double-double. And he would become, this was from ESPN, former ESPN researcher Jared Burson. He is the first Big East player since Luke Herringody from Notre Dame to drop 35 points, 10 rebounds, grab multiple steals. He had 3 steals last night and 2 blocks. It's also his second double-double that features at least 35 points, making him the only Big East player in the last 15 years with multiple 35-point double-doubles in a single season. The rest of college basketball has produced just 3 such games this year. So something happened in that technical that got him fired up. The funny thing was, it also got Stephen Ashworth fired up because it was right after that. And I went back and I looked at the notes.
You got going too.
But, technical happened with 8:08 to go. So about 7 seconds after the basket was made. Then Ashworth hit a 3. Kalkbrenner hit a 3. Ashworth hit a layup. Isaac Trout made a couple of free throws. Then, and one for Ashworth, a Kalkbrenner block, a Kalkbrenner field goal and one, 2 more Kalkbrenner dunks. And then at the end of the first half, Ryan Kalkbrenner gets fouled on a 3. So it was the end of the half. Mac used a timeout and they ran a play for Kalkbrenner out on the wing. He pump fakes and draws the defender into him as he's trying to shoot a 3-point field goal, proceeds to sink all 3 free throws to give Creighton a 1-point lead at halftime. 21 of the last 23 points in the first half were scored by the married guys, Ashworth and Kalkbrenner. Then in the second half, of the 40 points Creighton scored, 37 were scored by the seniors when you factor in Jemiah Neal. So 37 of 40 points in the second half scored by 3 guys, which means that 59 of the last 63 points that Creighton scored in the last 28 minutes of the game were scored by the seniors, the majority, of course, being from Ashworth and Kalkbrenner. The seniors literally took over last night, which, when you go on the road in a place that's tough to play in, you kind of figure that the seniors are going to factor in.
Yeah, but
big,
they needed it.
big.
Yeah, they needed it. The difference between getting it and needing it, is the difference maybe in a game in the postseason, between winning and losing. And what they were able to do, starting with that play that resulted in the no call and then the technical foul and everything else that followed after that. I mentioned that in the crossover, how I got in my car and essentially within a couple of minutes, that was what unfolded. But by context clues, I was able to figure out, this has been another fight for the Blue Jays with the team in terms of the back and forth nature of it and where the score was. And so what he was able to do after that, and I think Happer mentioned it on his show today, that when he decided to return, he being Kalkbrenner, it was like, okay, what is that next step? I love thinking about that question with players in all sorts of sports of you are now a second-year player in the pros. What does the next step look like after a good rookie season? But in this case, it's really interesting. You are now, what is this, year 5 because of the COVID year? Year 5. You've been really good. You've had a ton of success as an individual and as a team. What does the next step look like for you? Because I know that a lot of people thought like he had maxed out his potential in college, specifically on offense. And I think it's games like last night. And I know the season hasn't been entirely perfect for him on the offensive end, but it's games like last night where you say, okay, there was another level to his game, and he has been able to show that level to his game. And last night, maybe in one when they they needed all of those points. I know they win by 11, but man, that is not indicative of how the game felt throughout much of the first 30 or 35 minutes. They needed every single one of those buckets from him and from Ashworth.
He had 20 in the second half. 6 dunks, by the way, was the final count. I heard Connor and Josh Odson talking about that, and I went back and counted them. He was credited with 6 dunks last night, and you could tell he was playing a little bit angry. Well, I had a chance to catch up with Ryan on the bus, and if you missed it last night, we didn't air this on our regular post game, but it was on Jimmy Allen's Blue Jay Overtime. But here is that conversation from the bus, talking to Ryan Kalkbrenner after his 35-point effort last night against Providence.
Did you realize you scored all 35 of your points in the last 28 minutes?
I did not realize that. I didn't even realize I had 35 points, to be honest with you, until after the game. I looked up at the score. I was like, where did that come from?
And your first bucket was the one where, sadly, you got teed up. Did your mother ever have to wash your mouth out with soap?
No, she hadn't. Actually, Rachel was all glad that I got a tech, so I can't give her any trouble for being the only one with a tech now. So, yeah. That's a big relief for some people in the family.
How physical was it for you before that? Because you started getting some fouls later, but how bad was it before that?
It was really physical. I don't think I'm allowed to comment on the refereeing.
I understand.
I'd really like to, though, but I'm not.
You won't, I understand. But it was a physical game.
Physical, yeah. And sometimes that can get frustrating, and it just overflowed a little bit.
They had to throw 4 different guys at you tonight, and I didn't look at the final box score, but you had to draw about 8 or 10 fouls tonight. It was one of those nights when you finally got it going. How much did making that 3 early on kind of unlock you?
I don't know. I didn't really think too much of it. I put a lot of work on the 3, so when I'm shooting, I make one, I miss one, I'm moving on to the next play anyway. So I think that was just a flow of the game thing that ended up being able to score it down the stretch.
Is that the first time you've ever shot 3 free throws?
No, I actually shot 3 against St. John's last year at home and missed all 3. So
I forgot about that.
I remember that because I missed all 3, but that's probably the second time.
Were you meaning to shoot there? Because it looked to me like you were going to fake him, and then he jumped into you. Were you going to shoot that if you had a chance?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay. I saw him closing out hard, so I can draw a foul here.
Yeah. What was this game like for you to win finally in that building? Because it's been so frustrating losing the last 2 years in overtime.
Yeah, it's a hard place to play. I mean, they're a really good team, and then on top of that, the crowd really gets into it. So for us to be able to go in there and get a win is huge, because there's going to be a bunch of teams that go in there and not get a win. So that's huge for us, for standings.
Is that the first technical you've ever gotten?
I got one in high school, but not in college.
No, I didn't know you didn't have one here. By the way, that Stars hat is lucky now. You have to wear it on the road the rest of the season.
I'm wearing it on the road the rest of the year. The Max superstition is starting to rub off on me. So,
I bet it is.
Yeah.
35 tonight. Great effort. That's your second most points you've had. You've had them both this year. Most points you scored against a Big East team.
Yeah. It was a good game for us. Big win.
If you missed it on Saturday, last week on our trip to Villanova, I'm looking back. I'm sitting near the back of the bus, and I look back, and Kalkbrenner's got a Dallas Stars hat on. And Kalkbrenner's from St. Louis, and I'm like, aren't you a Blues fan? He said, I am, but I lost a bet with Rachel, my wife, because they went to a playoff game last year, Dallas Stars playoff game, and she became a Stars fan. You know, first team you see, so you become a Stars fan. So he lost a bet to his wife, and he was wearing the Stars hat. He was wearing it again on this trip. So now the Dallas Stars hat will have to travel everywhere the rest of the season.
Well, yeah, I know that feeling of, hey, this has suddenly turned into my lucky shirt or my lucky hoodie or whatever it is.
Exactly. Wanted to play one more piece of audio real quick, and I talked to Steven on our post-game show afterwards, and as I mentioned, Ashworth got fired up right after the technical. He kind of had a little fire in his eyes after the tee was called, and then he helped settle things down. But here is a brief part of our conversation last night. Ashworth having a big game last night as he poured in 23 points to go with 6 assists.
You and Jemiah and Kalk, second half. That all but 3 of our points came from one of you 3.
I didn't know that.
Now you do.
Yeah, it was a good trio tonight. Obviously, led by number 11. He was absolute force and was huge for us down the stretch. Not too often you talk about your big man hitting big-time clutch threes, but he did it for us, and he did everything at the defensive end as well, and it was a huge night for him.
You scored 23 tonight, and you had your own little personal run because when the game got a little chippy and Kalk got that foul, you kind of took over there for about a 3-4 minute stretch, got to the basket, hit your first 3, and I noticed you may have exchanged some words over in the front row with one of the Providence fans.
Yeah, there's 4 probably high school age kids on the court side. Shout out to their dad for paying for those tickets because they definitely got me going. They were talking some trash, and I said, all right, it's go time. And Colt got me fired up with the tech. He was getting pissed off, and I loved it. And so I had his back, and took a few extra shots down that stretch to let him take a breather.
We've now won 5 straight on the road. What has changed in the mentality of this team to allow us to be the road warriors that we've turned into?
Yeah, I mean, the word I'd say is faith. We've got faith in each other. We got faith in who we are. And most of all, we have faith in God. And as cliche as it sounds, it's a sporting event, but at the same time, a lot of the opportunities that we get in this life are really to praise him and give glory to him. And I feel like this team has done a really good job of accepting that opportunity. And when you have that type of faith in each other, there's incredible things that can happen. And you see it with just the celebrations that every guy has. Every single game, it seems like a different lineup plays the majority of the game. And you go to the locker room the next day or the facility the next day, nobody's head is down. And that's a huge thing when it comes to the fact that you can't play more than 5 guys at a time, and everybody's staying ready for their moment. And it's a super fun team to be a part of. And the job's definitely not finished. There's a lot of work to be done, but we're trending in the right direction.
So there you go, Stephen Ashworth. And if you want to catch the full interview, and he was pretty entertaining because he had some other quips as well. It's on our 1620 The Jays page on 1620thezone.com. But this team now 8 in a row. They've never won 8 in a row. Well, they've tied a record that they set 2 years ago by winning 8 straight at one point in the Big East, but they've never won 5 in a row on the road. On the road in
Incredible.
The Big East. Matches the 2011-2012 team that won 5 in a row in the Valley away from home.
I know I keep saying it, man, but it's wild that this team is tying or breaking records now that we have not seen. And I every time I say it, it sounds like bad coming out of my mouth because I don't mean it to be a knockdown on this group. But we saw the issues that they had, and then you hear him talking about it right now and what they have turned into, and it doesn't seem like it's fake, right? Some teams will talk about that. Oh, yeah, teamwork and hard work and all these things. I've certainly, you have to buy into it because of where they started, where they were a month and a half ago, and where they sit today on February 6th. Squarely in the race, and obviously well inside the NCAA tournament right now.
Well, these next 3 games will pretty much tell us if the Jays are going to win the league, or at least have a shot to win the league or not, starting with Marquette on Saturday. 1 o'clock from CHI Health Center. Then next Tuesday against UConn from CHI Health Center. And then a week from Sunday at St. John's, who is equally as hot right now. In fact, they haven't lost since they lost to Creighton at the end of last calendar year. So, yeah, these next 3 weeks will tell us everything that we need to know about this team. But regardless of what happens over those next 3 games, the thing I would say about this team is everybody has bought into their roles.
Yeah.
Everyone has bought into what they are doing. Things that don't show up in the box score. Fedor Zugic played a career high in minutes last night. Did not make a shot. Did not score. Everyone thought, when he came over, here's the guy that's, going to help save us in our 3-point shooting. Did not make a shot last night, but played his most minutes of the season because his defense was so good where they needed it last night. Jackson McAndrew, freshman, I thought had some really good moments in spells last night. Things that don't show up in the box score.
Sure.
Isaac Trout has improved his defense this year. Jason Green blocked a couple of shots last night. I mean, guys are buying into specific roles. And in a lot of cases, those roles aren't necessarily, hey, go score me 12 points. Certainly, you want everyone on the floor to be able to contribute in the scoring sense. But when you play games like that on the road and everyone's got a certain assignment and you need to make sure that assignment is executed, and Max talked about avoiding boredom. And what he means by that is, hey, our game plans, they're different from team to team because the personnel are different from team to team, but the general concept is the same. And if you go out and you can just go and do those things over and over and over again, which can be tedious and can be boring, if you can avoid that, we're going to go places. And so far they've done that.
Yeah, they definitely have.
Still to come, Robin Washut will join us. We'll recap Nebraska's win last night in Seattle and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Also coming up, we'll hear some portions of the Dani Busboom Kelly press conference that has recently wrapped up in Lincoln as Nebraska's new volleyball coach takes the helm of the Husker volleyball team on 1620 The Zone. But first, a message for your home improvement company where you can save some money. How much? Well, that's up to you because you can save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. You've been looking at your bathroom and saying, man, this thing needs sprucing up, or I'm tired of this tub shower. I'd like a walk-in shower. I'd like something more modern, something more functional. Well, YHIC can make it happen with premium USA-made materials and great financing offers like no money down, no interest, and no payments until 2026. So call your home improvement company today at 402-764-1720 and schedule a free in-home consultation. It's a limited time offer. Don't miss out. So let me repeat, save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call YHIC 402-764-1720. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Or visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. Welcome back. 402-951-1620. Don't forget, Nick's got his secret little code to unlock tickets to see Cake in June at the Astro. But if you weren't listening earlier, you better rewind and check back at what that code word was. Because once it is said, it can't be taken back. And the first caller who can regurgitate the code word wins the tickets.
You know, I am excited that Cake is coming to Omaha because I've been a big fan of Cake for a long time.
Have you?
Yes, a very
Are you
long
going?
time. I don't know. I would like to.
Okay.
It's a little too far ahead.
A little too far ahead.
Yeah, it's a long time away.
It's a long time away. A long tie away?
Time
away. My bad. I apologize.
I just saw a story cross the wires, Nick, that you might be interested in.
Oh, well, he's on the phone now, so we can't even discuss it. What is it?
Oh,
do you need to wait until he just did?
Well,
I
was looking. He did. I didn't even hear it.
Long time, John. It was long time. That's why I made the tie joke again.
Well, no, I knew what the phrase was. I just didn't hear it.
Oh, yeah, he just said it.
Didn't dawn on me.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Either way, it works.
Yeah.
Well, I'll save that.
You'll save the joke for a few minutes from now?
Nah, there's no joke.
Okay.
We're going to talk with Robin Washington, so we will recap the Nebraska win last night at Washington. But Dani Busboom Kelly has been introduced in front of a hearty crowd at the Devaney Center today as part of the welcome ceremony. And what will be rather interesting, she really becomes the first coach, the first major hire in what is now officially the new world of college athletics.
Yeah.
The new, I guess we should say the new world version 4.0 or 5.0. I don't even know how many versions we've been through. Certainly when Matt Rule was hired, we had transfer portal. NIL had come on the scene. But now we're entering into the world of rev share, which is not it's not the name of an auto repair place, rev share. It's it's short for revenue share, but that's the catchphrase now. It's rev share. But she now enters into this time where really everything from a conference realignment standpoint for the moment has stabilized. I mean, we think we are going to be healthy with 4 conferences.
Yeah, it's really
four major conferences, 4 football conferences for a while.
Yeah, the only thing that could upend that would be something happening with the ACC, but it seems like with ESPN, what did they do the other week? They
exercise the option. They exercise the option. So yes. The rights have gone through, and the ACC is going to do some different rev share of their own, not from the player standpoint, but from the school standpoint, performance based, so that the whiny folks like Florida State, who won all of 2 games last year. It's too bad this wasn't in effect last year, because the ACC is going to start rewarding teams for better performance.
That's true.
It would have been nice for Florida State to get docked because famously they only won 2 games last year.
Those days are over, though, John.
Well, thank God. Thank God those days are over because, they only won 2 games. Not even Nebraska's had a season where they've won only 2
That's true.
games.
Even Scott Frost won at least 2 games every year.
That's right.
But, John, people forget they now have Gus Malzahn calling the offense, and they have Tony White as an upgrade hire, him leaving Nebraska for Florida State, a better job as their defensive coordinator.
Malzahn sounds really close to calzone.
It does. Is Malzahn going to be on your pants too, John?
No, Malzahn's not going to be on my pants. But Dani Busboom Kelly now walks into a new era. And John Cook talked about a little bit last week at his press conference about some of the challenges that she'll have moving forward. And, and certainly as Nebraska is trying to find new ways to generate revenue, because we are in an era now where the player salaries, call them that, are part of the line item in the budget. Matt Rule bragged about it. Hey, this is something we put in our budget. We're not having to raise the money, but you are wanting to make sure that you continue to bring in new sources of revenue. And this was even before John Cook retired, when we talked about, well, is volleyball day going to be an annual thing? Or, how are they going to address that? How can they continue to grow that sport? They're going to add another 1,500 seats to the Devaney Center. At least that's the plan. And certainly that they will fill it. But then there's just the ultimate challenge of, can they keep the winning going? Can they continue to play at this extremely high level? I mean, this is Duke-like levels if you compare it to men's basketball, where every year it's not Sweet 16 or bust. It's Sweet 16. That's on the bottom side of the floor. That's not how we do this. We're above that, and that's where Nebraska volleyball has been really for the last decade, but for the most part on the last
20,
35, well, 30, 35,
even
40
going
years
further
if you go
back,
back to Terry Pettit.
I love that comparison, man, because, I've heard a lot of people talking about Nebraska volleyball in the last week since the news came down and trying to figure out, where this, like, what type of job this is and how do you compare it to other really good coaches leaving. And I think the Duke one is a good comparison from, like, this reason. They've won a ton, but it's spread out, right, over decades, where under Krzyzewski, they won their first title in, 1991? They won their last title under Coach K. Was it in 2015? So you're talking about, that's 25 years. And so you look at John Cook, it actually doesn't span that many years of his first championship, but in terms of the program's first national championship in the mid-90s to the last one that they won, not, closing in on now a decade ago, kind of a similar timeline, but always in the mix. And when you had a season where it was Sweet 16 or worse, it was like, wow, that was a disappointment. And then other times they got to the Final Four and were just unable to close the deal and to win the entire thing. And so that's the type of program that she is inheriting. This is not Alabama post Nick Saban, because that was a more concentrated number of championships in a smaller time period, which completely warped, everything. And I think it's going to warp Alabama expectations for generations to come. So can she keep this going at this high of a level? It's so difficult to be the coach that follows the coach that did it all. The more I listen to him talk about it, the more I listen to her and just the necessity in a way that he and her felt to, like, go away, do something different, because a lot of people have done the comparison of Osborne to Solich. I think we talked about it last week with Lincoln Arneal. A lot of people have done that comparison. The big difference, of course, though, is the obvious one, and that's Frank Solich didn't go anywhere else. He stayed in Nebraska. He didn't take the Minnesota job in the mid to late 90s because Tom promised him the gig, when he was going to retire. If he goes off and he can find his own footing, at a different location and comes home, is he better? I don't know. But at the very least, she has done that. She has gone away, and she's, of course, had a ton of success, which is really going to help, that she has ideas of her own that she can apply to this job right now.
Certainly she, her roots in volleyball are Nebraska, both as a player and as an assistant coach. So certainly some of that carried with her, a lot of it carried with her to her other stops, including Louisville, where she turned that program completely around and made them a national power in a very short period of time. But what I'll be curious to see, and we won't really get a chance to appreciate it until, we've gotten into the next season and maybe even the next seasons, but the little things that she does that might be a little bit different, because while you want to keep, in the words of Walter White, nothing stops this train. While you want to keep that going, you also don't want to try to be carbon copy of the person that you just replaced.
You can't,
because you can't be.
Nope.
You're not John Cook.
Correct.
You may have been coached by John Cook. You may have picked up some of John Cook's philosophies. Maybe you've even picked up on some of his sayings or his mannerisms. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't been around Dani as a coach. But you still have to be yourself. You have to do what it is that you think is best, because kids will look right through that. They'll see if you're not being genuine. And I'm not here to say that she wouldn't be. But what I will be curious to see is those other little things that she will bring that will be uniquely her own, and how that meshes specifically with this group, because certainly the players that she is going to recruit down the road will have no concept of John Cook, but the ones that she inherits now, and she's inheriting a really good team and a good core, how they're going to adjust. You heard John Cook get very emotional last week when he talked about how before they really discussed, this was in the locker room moment when he's telling the team that he's retiring, that the team wanted 5 minutes to themselves so that they could just kind of gather their thoughts, and then came out in unison and said, we'll do whatever it takes for Dani. We'll do whatever it takes to make this work. And how he got emotional over that. Still, there will be a process. And it may not be as difficult, simply because you have the Husker legacy behind it and you have the John Cook stamp of approval behind it. But there will have to be a buy-in factor, because it will be different. It always is when there's a new leader, and people like to do this, whether it's young athletes or people in business, whatever the case may be. They like to test the new leaders. Oh, I wasn't able to get away with this with the old boss, but let me see if I can try it with the new boss. Folks always like to push their limits.
Just to find out what the new limits are.
Exactly. We all do this. So this isn't just an athletics thing. This is everywhere in life. And it'll be curious to see, they knew what limits they could push with John Cook.
Yeah.
What will be allowed under Dani Busboom Kelly, and how does that all come together? Those are the little things you don't hear about right away and really don't get fleshed out until either something really good happens or something really bad happens.
Deal with some adversity. See what happens when they lose for the first time next year.
Exactly. So we'll hear a little bit more from her press conference coming up after we talk to Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com about last night's Nebraska basketball victory, and that's next on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. Saturday. We've got 2 Sunday games in a row, and I was like, I don't like Sunday games. I've always liked Saturday games.
Nope. And I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like, it's just kind of the Big Ten's TV algorithm they have going on where it's, midweek Sunday games, especially for a school like Nebraska. But those rare Saturday games, even a Friday night game, were we didn't know how good we had it back then.
No, we certainly did not. Robin, you're probably not aware of what happened yesterday, but here on this program, as we were previewing the game, I mentioned how the history of Washington.
The Twitter the social media backlash on this, but I would like some background on
I don't know if you want John's side of the story.
Well, my side, which is the correct side, which
I
said how Washington is not a great 3-point shooting team.
And then what happened?
Proceeded to run down the list. And, of course, as I'm getting on the plane from Providence, I'm opening up Twitter and I'm seeing all these panicked Nebraska basketball fans. John's cursed us, blah, blah, blah. They made all these shots.
Their first 7 from 3, John. Their first 7 from 3.
Lo and behold, though, we get up in the air, we fly 3 hours, land, open up Seamus's email, and, oh, look, Nebraska won. And, oh, look, Washington only made 10 threes, which I have described as an acceptably normal amount of 3-point.
Up ready to make you eat your words. But like you said, it didn't last. That was one of the more unbelievable shooting starts I've seen, not just because they made their first 7 threes, which is ridiculous in its own right, but the fact that Washington did it. I mean, they were 17th in the Big Ten and made 3-pointers this season. And so, yeah, you're right. Statistically, they were not a good 3-point shooting team collectively on the year. But, sometimes it happens where, a couple of those first shots fall and you get on a heater, and that heater lasted a lot longer than I think anybody could have expected. But I think what you got to do is give Nebraska credit that, they not only weathered the storm, but you saw some different wrinkles for them defensively. I saw a 2-3 zone and a 1-3-1 zone. 2-3.
How often have they done that this year?
That may have been the first time. I mean, I can't remember offhand, but Fred Hoiberg is very clear about his disdain for zone defense, but they used it, and they used 2 different versions of it. And, I guess that's shows a willingness. I know a lot of people kind of vent about Nebraska's defensive approach and, how much attention they paid doubling the post and all that sort of thing, and the 3-point looks that result from that. But I guess to their credit, they tried some new things. They went outside the box when things were kind of getting crazy on them, and it helped settle things down. But, again, I thought just like the previous 2 games, the difference was when, Nebraska defends to its potential, they're really good, especially, in a matchup like that. And that kind of calmed the waters. Washington finally missed a few. And then, I think they kind of got into a little bit of a panic mode where they were relying so heavily on the 3-point shot early on that, kind of just maybe threw them out of their, I guess, game plan a little bit. So, credit Nebraska's players for not letting that kind of tidal wave of a start overwhelm them. And then credit the coaching staff for, trying out some different wrinkles. Like I said, getting out of their comfort zone a little bit to try to cool off that Washington start.
So, Robin, would you credit more Nebraska what they did defensively versus Washington regressing back to their mean?
Well, I mean, it's both parts. I mean, the reason, or a reason why Washington hit all those threes, because they got a lot of open looks, and that's kind of been a bugaboo for Nebraska all year long. So, that's the risk that Nebraska plays. And, I know they were going to that, pack line defense because of great Osibor and, the size that Washington had down low. That was a matchup where they had to take away the paint, because if they let Osibor just go one-on-one, he was going to eat them alive. So, that was their kind of priority defensively, and they probably looked at the stats just like you did and said, well, we're going to take our chances with a 32% 3-point shooting team, missing more than they make. And it seemed to backfire on them early, but eventually the law of averages leveled things out. So Washington cooled off, but then, I think Nebraska kind of just stuck with their guns a little bit with their defensive approach. And maybe the biggest difference was you saw more effort in the second half where, the contests were, more aggressive, the rotations were crisper, and, they were defending the 3-point line with a little bit more intent than maybe they did to start the game.
Robin, maybe I'm grasping for straws, but I wonder if you think there is something about them winning in these kind of weird and wild ways over the last 3 games where they blow a second half lead against Illinois and have to go to overtime. And then in the game against Oregon, they're up by 15 and it gets down to as close as I think 4 in the second half and they stiff arm them. And then this game, the first half unfolds the way it does. And so like in the last 3 wins, they've dealt with adversity in a variety of ways. They've come out victorious. And so essentially I'm just wondering, is it good that they had to go through that? Like you'd rather it be a more comfortable performance, but is there something about that could help them out over the next month?
Well, yeah, especially when you consider they'd lost all of those scenarios this season, blowing the big leads and, getting off to an awful start and where the other team just can't miss and, let frustration kind of take over and, you don't stand a chance the rest of the way. So for them to, respond the right way in those types of situations, 3 games in a row now, especially just kind of where their season was and the pressure that was, on each and every one of those games, I think that shows growth. That, this team has not only just proven to everyone else, but more importantly, proven to themselves that when they get in those situations, rather than their only experience be losing those games, well, now they have, 3 recent examples of them, fighting through adversity and figuring out ways to win rather than ways to lose. Mm-hmm. So that is an important part to it. And yeah, from a fan perspective, I'm sure from a coach perspective, you would like things to be a little easier on you, but when a team is kind of trying to take that next step to get into postseason play, you're going to be in those situations. And just having the experience of, like I said, overcoming difficult times within a game and leaning on each other and figuring out, how to make the plays when they matter the most. I think that's a critical component to, a team preparing itself to actually not just get to the postseason, but to potentially make a run once you get there.
Robin, what best explains the Bryce Williams dynamic during the losing streak? You had a couple of 20-point games, but you look at some of the 2-point shooting percentages, and they weren't as good. But during this 3-game winning streak, it's 3 straight 20-point games. Really good from 2 against Oregon. Last night, hit 4 threes. What explains the difference between Bryce 6-game losing streak to 3-game winning streak?
I think a lot of it is just confidence. When he's kind of in that zone, he's as good of a scorer as there is in the Big Ten. And these last 3 games have been a perfect example of that. But, with that confidence, I think comes more aggressiveness where, he's not just shooting, hoping it goes in. He's shooting with, intent and expecting those shots to fall. And he's attacking the rim. And if he's not scoring at the rim, he's drawing fouls and cashing in at the free throw line. And that's, to me, when he's at his best. Yeah, the 3-point shooting is an important element, but when Bryce is on attack mode, he's really, really good, and he sets the tone for everybody else when he's got that mindset to him. And I think over the last 3, you've seen him be the aggressor, where he kind of, during that losing streak especially, let defenses dictate his shots. Now he's the one that's making defenses have to try to adjust to him. And again, I think a lot of that was when he was struggling, as Nebraska was during that losing streak, I think just frustration was getting the best of him. You saw it in his body language where, he had his head down, slumped shoulders, and, all the things you don't want to see from your best player. And whatever switch flipped to get him back to what he was for the first, 14 or so games, it's worked. And you're starting to see him look like the all-conference level player that, I think Nebraska hoped that he could be this season. So he's been the catalyst for this turnaround. There's no question about it. And, if he continues to play at this rate or anywhere close to it, Nebraska's going to have a real good chance because, Nebraska will go as far as Bryce Williams carries them. And right now he's been leading that charge full steam ahead.
Robin, 15 and 8 now, 5-7 in Big Ten play. People keep pointing to 20 wins overall, 10 wins in conference as the numbers to get to feel good going into the Big Ten tournament. Do you agree? And because obviously we don't know what's going to happen with the rest of the country. So do those seem like the numbers to aim for over the next month?
I think so personally, and some might disagree, but I think 19 gets them in just because of what they've done and just how unique their resume is. Yeah, they had that rough stretch, but they've got some really good wins. And that are in some cases just getting better and better. Especially with that Creighton game being at the top of the list. Like they've got some really good signature victories that they have some. I guess we don't want to call them bad losses, but disappointing losses like
the blowouts.
USC, yeah, the USC, and then but like even the blowouts, like going to East Lansing and losing by a lot. A lot of teams do that. Same thing with going to Mackey and doing that. The ones like that really stick with you are like Iowa and Rutgers and USC, games that Nebraska should have won and they didn't, and now they would be comfortably in.
Oh man,
had they been able to win, 2 of those, let alone all 3. But that being said, with those kind of disappointing games, they have just almost just as many like signature marquee wins. And so I think from a resume standpoint, like I guess maybe outside of losing at home to Minnesota, I don't really see any like bad losses remaining on the schedule because they got Northwestern on the road. You don't really get punished for road losses, and they got 4 road wins on the season. So I think that they've done enough there, and so as long as they get maybe go 4-4 the rest of the way, I think they're going to be firmly on the bubble. And then it's just going to be up to what the selection committee views their resume compared to others. But I think if they get to 20, they are absolutely in, and anything 20 and above, we're talking about what seed Nebraska is going to be, not whether they're going to get in the tournament.
So before you hit that last stretch, which starts with Minnesota, the next 5 games are essentially coin flip games, anywhere from like low 40s to upper 50s%, at least according to Bart Torvik. Ohio State at home, Maryland at home, Northwestern and Penn State on the road, Michigan at home. Of those 5, what's the record need to be? What's an acceptable record to be on the right side of that number?
The Michigan one's tough just because of how well they're playing right now. I know that's at home, and when Nebraska's rolling and PBA's rolling, that's as difficult a place to play as there's conference. But Michigan is just such a unicorn of a team right now that I don't want to put that game being like a defining game for Nebraska. So I think start Sunday. That Ohio State game's big.
Yeah.
You look at Joe Lenardi's bracket, like Ohio State's two or three spots ahead of them in the last the 4 last buys in his projected field, and that's just one bracket, but that kind of shows you that Ohio State is direct competition for one of those at-large bids that Nebraska's pushing for. So that's a game that they have to win, especially it being at home. And the fact that you have to go there, I think if you look at the percentages, that's their lowest chance of victory remaining on the schedule. So that makes that the home of that home and home so much more important. And so I think of those 5, if you can get 2 or 3 of them, just because I think you got to get the Minnesota game and you got to get that Iowa game. And like I said, if you can get to 19 wins, I think you're, in position. And if you can get to 20, you're in. So if you can get 3 out of these next 5 and then do what you're supposed to do in, those winnable home games, I think that you're going to be in a pretty good spot. So it starts Sunday, though. Like I think Fred Hoiberg said it even after the game last night, that as great as everybody feels about this winning streak, if they go and blow it at home, against Ohio State in a really critical bubble scenario type matchup, you're going to lose a lot of this good vibes and momentum you have built up. So they are continuing to be in a 1-game season the rest of the way, but with every one of those victories, I think that you're moving closer and closer to securing a spot where that seemed to be a distant opportunity not too long ago.
Check out Robin's coverage on HuskerOnline.com. It'll be an extra long. He's going to do a special 7-hour post-game podcast They're going to have to kick him out of the arena. Not really because he wants to do it.
He doesn't want to
go home and watch the Super Bowl.
Handshake meme, Robin.
Yeah. If I could just say, hey, you know what? I'm sorry I can't tune in. I'm working, even though I really have nothing to do. We'll see how long Seamus lets me hang around.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do all I can to avoid a television.
But we will all be huddled around our TVs. I'm assuming it's on Saturday when the NFL Network makes that blessed announcement that Eli Manning is in the Hall of Fame. Oh, it's tonight? Oh, joy. Eli the GOAT going to the Hall of Fame.
New York media is preparing me that he will not make it, but I still believe that my boy is a first ballot NFL Hall of Famer.
That would be hilarious if he missed out.
You know, Josh,
Whatever.
that you don't have to be on the first ballot to get into the Hall of Fame. Many fine Hall of Famers did not.
If
get
he's
in
not
on the
first ballot, he's not worthy. Not first ballot, he's not worthy. That's what I'd say.
I'm just saying there's only one quarterback that beat a 18-win football team.
That is
Well,
true.
hey, go
One of
find.
them.
No, that's not true. There was the 49ers team that went 15-1 the regular season, so they lost.
Yeah,
in the 85. Dan Marino, you're talking about Dan Marino when he beat the
They didn't
85
win it.
Bears.
Yeah, but they didn't have 18 wins.
At the
They
end of the
didn't
year,
win
they
18.
did. John, you want to bet how many wins did the Chicago Bears have in 1985?
Were they
15.
18-0?
No, but they had 18 wins at the end of the year.
Okay.
Oh, that doesn't count because
Yes,
they
it
didn't have.
does!
No, they didn't have 18 wins in the moment.
Yeah, those quarterbacks didn't end that season. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Eli ended that season.
Oh, J-Man says, get ready. Josh may have the Eli flu and miss tomorrow's Grum. Yeah, I might be sick tomorrow, John. You might have to do a solo show again.
Hey, if you want to call in and do a specifically Eli Manning segment, John, I can devote.
You're damn right.
Good,
We're going to do
Bye,
that.
Robin.
The great Eli Manning. All right, Robin. Have a good one.
Bye, Robin.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com.
Amazing Daniel says people who downplay him because of the helmet catch need to watch that entire playoff run. For the record, not downgrading him because of the playoff catch. I just think that the rest of his career, he had two great playoff runs. Inarguable. Can't argue that. Otherwise, he was a very average quarterback. Never won another playoff game outside of those two runs. And if he didn't play in the New York market, I don't think anyone would be having this conversation. John would admit
You
that.
could say that probably about half the Dallas Cowboys in the Hall of Fame. If they didn't play for the Cowboys, they wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
With me.
So
That's fine with me. Let's take him away then. I don't care. That's fine with me.
So just like sacrificing the
I'm just trying to be
1970 national
consistent.
title for the World Cup, you're willing to sacrifice like 7 Dallas Cowboys in the Hall of Fame just so Eli doesn't get
I'm just trying to be consistent. You are very inconsistent on
I'm
this
not
discussion.
inconsistent
you
at
just want
all.
to troll me. That's
I'm
all
not
you're
inconsistent
doing.
at all. The guy,
If you didn't work with
he is
me,
literally the definition of a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, okay.
Hall of Famer.
Well, if he doesn't get in on the first ballot, then I don't think he should ever get in. That's what I would say.
Now that's a moronic statement. Dani Busboom Kelly is not in the Hall of Fame yet. Well, she might be at her high school. I bet she is.
Probably.
And much of her old hometown was at the Devaney Center today. And you're going to hear a little bit of what DBK said next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone. But just as many Huskers believe that which one are you going to throw up there, Nick?
That was my fault.
Oh, okay.
We don't have one for this.
We don't have one.
So it's a zone
You
graphic.
You completely confused me
Yep,
because
I
I was about
confused
to say,
myself.
you were about to say, you know, a lot of people think that DBK is a good person. But now I can't do this anymore. I can't even go into my spiel. All I can tell you is this. If you have not already checked your donor registration box on your driving, hunting, or fishing license, I please ask that you reconsider, and next time you renew that driving, hunter's, or fisher's license, that you do check that donor box. That's for the organ and tissue donor registry. And the reason is because good guys save lives. Did you know that one healthy donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation? But it's not just the organ donation, it's tissue donation. When folks go through cancer, maybe breast reconstruction surgery, you need skin grafts. Or maybe they've had bone cancer or traumatic accidents. You need bone grafts. Even with sports injuries, new tendons. And corneas, donated corneas, can give the gift of sight. And for those who are concerned about, well, is this going to affect how my family can handle my funeral arrangements? Most funeral practices are still able to be followed after a donation, and it's absolutely free. It does not cost you or your family a dime to be a donor. You can make the life-changing, life-saving difference. Next time you renew that license, check off that donor registry box or visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
The biggest game of the year is upon us. There have been some great ones over the last 60 years. Vote now to tell us which one was the best of them all. Vote in the greatest big game bracket and get the details online at 1620thezone.com.
I just felt like John Facenda needed to be on there. And
Hell yeah, baby.
Not that that's the great John Facenda's voice. By the way, Josh, you'll be very disappointed to know that, the Creighton social media team puts out the post-game video. It's anytime Creighton wins.
Yes.
There's a locker room dance.
Yeah.
And it usually is accompanied by the end-of-game call. But the end-of-game call was edited right before I said the bing bong.
Come on. We need to put out a new video, the correct video.
Is the Creighton video department called the Vidajays?
No, good question, Nick.
No, it is
Good
not.
question.
It is not.
Good question.
So, only here will you hear
Bing bong.
Bing Bong!
Nice.
Sure, there were people listening last night that were like, why did he say
Mhm.
Bing Bong?
Mhm.
That's why you need to listen to the Grum, because you never know. We kind of gave up doing the whole word of the game thing.
That's true.
But in a
We
way,
gave it up.
last night was the word of the game. Bing Bong!
It was indeed.
Indeed it was.
Indeed it was.
To Lincoln we go. Dani Busboom Kelly wrapping up her press conference today in Lincoln, her introductory press conference. And here's a little snippet of what we heard today in Lincoln.
What a welcome. I haven't really been that emotional in the past couple weeks. I don't think I've had time to be emotional, but as I walked on this stage, that's when it started to hit me. So I'm going to do my best to make it through this in a timely manner. But in the fall of 2003, I had been on campus for a couple weeks. It was the day of the annual red-white scrimmage, and it'd be my first time wearing a Husker uniform. And I was on the court to get some extra setting reps, of course. And I was just sitting down by myself in the middle, cross-legged, a couple tears. And I took it all in and couldn't believe I was there living a dream. An assistant coach came down and asked, what are you doing? I told her, I can't believe I'm here. Today, as I stand before you all, I'm incredibly honored and humbled to be living yet another dream. Nebraska is more than an athletics program, more than a volleyball program. It's a way of life. It's an inspiration. It brings people together. It's empowering, and it means more than words could ever explain. President Gold, Troy, Kristen, thank you for believing in me and trusting me to continue the legacy of Nebraska volleyball. It's been a crazy and hectic 7 days, but Nebraska always does it bigger and better. The attention to detail and the special care of this program always shows up when it's needed the most. This transition has set a new standard for women's volleyball, once again showing the world just how big women's sports can be. When I heard they were sending buses to Adams, I was blown away, and to see all the Freeman Falcons in the building is pretty incredible welcoming. And look at this place, the arena being full with 1,000 people at 2 p.m. on a workday, honoring a legend and welcoming a new coach. There's nowhere else in the world that this could happen. I might argue there's no other sport in the world where something like this could happen. It's my family. I mean, if you know Jean and Bonnie, you know they are the biggest supporters out there. I've already warned Lindsay to get ready for Bonnie and her request, gear, tickets, special seats, so just be prepared. But growing up, you know, they rarely missed a game, whether it was softball, volleyball, basketball. I can probably count on one hand the games they missed. And now they've been the biggest cheerleaders as my journey from Tennessee and back to Nebraska and everywhere in between, making as many games as they possibly could. Some of my old athletes be like, are your parents seriously driving again? I'm like, yep, they love to drive. That's a true Nebraskan. So they'll get in the car and drive anywhere. And to Lane and my husband, thank you for the unconditional love and support. A coach's spouse might be the hardest job in the world, but Lane makes it look easy. And I'm not just talking about the hours he spends on the golf course. But our lives started right here, from the days eating lunch together at the training table, and then Keith Zimmer having to separate us during study hall, and then Lane tossing me volleyballs, and myself attempting to catch his long snaps. We formed an amazing relationship with Nebraska athletics right in the middle. And fast forward to a couple moves across the country, And you pacing the corridor with fellow dads at Final Fours. I couldn't do this without you. And sharing these experiences alongside our growing family with you is more amazing than I could have ever imagined. And now being able to bring our son back into the Husker family and welcoming a new boy into this amazing culture of athletics is something so precious to us. And I'm already looking forward to the NIL deals coming across my desk from Coach Hoiberg and Coach Rule in about 15 years. In an interview, Troy said he was impressed that I bet on myself and said it again today. And I took a chance to leave Nebraska. The University of Louisville, Tom Jurich, Vince Tyre, and Josh Herds, they made it a layup of a bet. And Louisville became the best home away from home. And the support and staff of the university made that city fanatics. And everything I tried to do there is like, what can we do to get close to what Nebraska does? And I'm so appreciative that they gave us the support to do that and to help me in my journey to get back here. But the biggest thank you of all goes to John Cook. I've thought about our relationship over the years, from player coach, assistant head coach, to peer, to mentor, and of course, friend. There hasn't been anyone as steady in my career as you. So thank you a million times over for shaping me into someone that you could trust with such a special task. When Louisville came here in 2021 and beat the Huskers, I walked up to shake Coach's hand, but he immediately opened his arms and gave me a hug to tell me he was so proud of the way my team played. And that's a core memory for me and just speaks volumes of how proud John is of his former players and always will be in our corner. But I can't wait to continue raising the level of women's volleyball in this country and, of course, hang some new banners in this arena. And I will do everything in my power to make you proud. As we start the new chapter of Nebraska Volleyball together, I want you all to understand the people in this program will do everything in our power to continue the tradition from Pat Summitt, Terry Pettit, and John Cook. Jalen, Kelly, and Lindsay staying on board is a testament that this program isn't and never will be just about one person. It's about this state. And we will work tirelessly for the people that love the Huskers. To the 2025 team, I can't wait to get to know you and work with you. We'll approach each day with fire in our bellies and love in our heart for everybody that supports us. John said it a few days ago, I'm going to dress a little better than he does, and we'll probably have a little more fun off the court. But the core values and the mission behind Nebraska Volleyball will always remain the same. And thank you again, Husker Nation. This has been a homecoming fit for a queen. Thank you.
So you can hear pretty emotional, and you can tell how much it means to be back in her home state, just a few miles from where she grew up. Won her very first championship on that same floor, the state basketball championship, when she played for Freeman back in the early 2000s, and of course, helping the Huskers win a title in 2006 in volleyball. So there's a little bit of a taste of what Dani had to say today at her press conference in Lincoln.
You know, John,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that the takeaway that I have from listening to it, and maybe it's just because I too I graduated in that arena. It sounded like a graduation. It sounded like a commencement speaker with some of the, certainly the way that her voice is going to echo around, the cheers, the laughter, to the jokes, the emotion of it all. It seems like, yeah, this is that step that she is now taking as she graduates from what her previous role was. And maybe, that comparison is a little too on the nose, but as she started speaking and the tenor of the discussion, because it's not a press conference, right? It's a celebration. Mm-hmm. And so it has that kind of vibe to it that, a press conference, even in one of the large floors at Memorial Stadium, doesn't have to it. And I think that made it really interesting just listening to her, and you could tell obviously what it means to her to come back, to come home, the emotion of it all. You could obviously tell that it was hitting her, and I thought she did a really good job at keeping it together throughout the 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Indeed. She steps into a spot now where if things all go well, you could be talking about the next volleyball coach for the next 20 years. And imagine, I don't know, it's putting the cart way before the horse.
Man, yeah.
But this is one of those things where this was the job she always wanted. This was, whenever it was, she decided she was going to be a coach. This was the job she always wanted. She wouldn't have put the stipulation in her contract at Louisville if it wasn't that way.
Mm-hmm.
That this was always somewhere, and maybe not at the front of her mind at the beginning, but certainly it was as she realized how much success she was having and how good she was at this particular job. And yeah, I know we probably talked this way in some degrees when Frost took over. We talk about the homecoming, but remember, this is not a situation where she's having to come in and rebuild something.
Correct.
But she was very successful at doing that at another place. This is not a place where she's coming in to rejuvenate a moribund program. This is a place where she's carrying the baton from success to success to success.
Yeah.
And, we could end up talking, in the next 20 years or so about how this is very reminiscent of the Steelers, where they've only had 3 coaches in the last 55 years. It could end up being a little bit like that. And I think, while some people might cringe and say, well, don't say that yet. She hasn't even coached a match here at Nebraska. But I think of all the people, she would be one to appreciate that because she knows what it takes to succeed at Nebraska. She's been here. She's done that. And she's been elsewhere, and she's done that.
Yeah. Amazing Dennis says, the pressure is insane. Like, what's the bar for season 1? Yeah, and what did Cook do? What did Cook do in season 1? He won a natty. Is that? I don't think that's the bar. I don't think that's the bar for her.
See, I don't think that's the bar, and I also think that would it surprise me if they stumbled maybe a little bit, maybe didn't go as far in the NCAA tournament in the first year? No, not necessarily, just because transitions can be hard. But I think there will be a healthy amount of grace given in a first year.
Yeah.
That said, her record the last 5 or 6 years
that's the thing,
has been almost exactly the same as John Cook's record at a different school. So she's already excelled at this level. It's not like she's coming from, a Division II level or a mid-major level where, just getting to the tournament might be a goal.
She's making it to the Final
She's
Four.
Already been in the big time.
Yeah.
She's played for the national. She's coached for the national.
There's one thing she has not done as a coach. There's only one step for her to make as a head coach.
Sure.
And so it's the last piece to her puzzle. And honestly, it's the last piece to the Nebraska volleyball puzzle of the last handful of years, right? Where they've made it to the game, they've made it to the Final Four, but they have been unable to win a national championship. Like, that is the last thing that she needs. But otherwise, we've talked about it since last week when the news came down. She is the most accomplished coach that they have ever hired. I'm talking about the whole athletic department. When you look at what she has done in her previous stop, no one has ever had this level of success when they came to Nebraska. And that's what she has. And that is certainly going to help her as she, figures out her footing or figures out the job and has the ups and downs that are going to come with any coach. Adam texts in 402-951-1620. Think they win a national championship next year. Cook knew the team coming back next year is that good. That's why I think he retired, to give DBK a running shot at success out of the gate. Class move by Cook. Man, if they for 2 straight coaches, if they won a title in year 1, my God.
Coming up, we got Todd Furman at the bottom of the hour. It's Super Week, powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. But next, I don't care.
Oh, my gosh.
You've had all this time to find something you don't care about.
I got something for you, I'm sure.
I've got 2 things.
Nick has 2 things.
All right. Well, we'll find out what we don't care about next before Todd Furman on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I don't care.
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 I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
All right, so here are the items that we allegedly don't care about. Either we just don't care because we don't care in an ironic sense, or we do care, but we like to say we don't care because we don't want to call attention to it. We are calling attention.
That's why John mentioned the Oscars in the first iteration, because he loves the Oscars. He's reading about it all the time. He's listening to podcasts about the Oscars.
It's true.
And he'll watch it in a few Sundays, because then we'll talk about it the next day, and he'll be like, yeah, but I just don't care about it.
I remember the day after he came to us, tears in his eyes. Like,
Remember Will Smith?
Did you guys like the Oscars?
Remember Will Smith?
I can promise you that unless there is an influx of ass strips that flood into the hall where they do this event or whatever convention center they do it from, and it makes everyone sick and they have to leave the stage. I will not talk about the Oscars the day after.
All right. Well, I guess that means we got to put a content question in for an Oscars discussion.
Hell yes.
Here's the first thing I don't care about, and it's not that I don't care about this individual, Tiffany Hayes, who has signed a free agent deal with a WNBA team. Has nothing to do really with the WNBA.
Wow. I guess it's
the
2025.
fact-
John feels like it's okay to say I don't care about women's sports anymore.
It's the fact that she has signed She has signed a contract with the new expansion WNBA team, the Las Vegas Valkyries.
That's a badass name.
No, that's a bad nickname. Since when did we run out of nicknames and had to resort to Tom Cruise movies? Is this what we're doing now?
Do you think a Valkyrie is from a Tom Cruise movie?
I mean, it's
John
literally the
doesn't
name
care
of
about learning words is also what he
it's-
doesn't care about.
It's literally the
John
name of a
hates
Tom
mythology.
Cruise movie. I mean, what's next? The Daytona Days of Thunder? How about the Memphis Mission Impossible Ghost Protocols?
Patrick points out, John, that it's Golden State. It's not Las Vegas.
Oh, whatever.
John Dobbs doesn't care. He obviously doesn't
Oh,
care.
wait. So they're going to use Golden State too. What does that mean, Golden State? They're in San
It's
Francisco.
the
Are they
nickname for
ashamed?
California.
Are they
It's a
ashamed of
state,
where they're from?
And there was gold in it. What else are you going to call it? The 49ers are basically the gold rushes.
That's true.
No, they're not. They're the San Francisco 49ers. The irony is they technically don't play in San Francisco.
Wow, Travis says, I don't care if or how it affects Nebraska ball's net ranking or tournament chances. I will never want Creighton to do well.
Wow.
Amazing Daniel points out that the Mighty Ducks are actually named after a movie. That's true.
That's
it. See,
That's true.
We have officially run out of nicknames,
Mm.
but I don't care.
Wait, what part do you not care about here? The women?
Wow, John.
I know, that's what it seems
did-
like John
I
doesn't
did-
care about.
I did not say that.
Interesting. Yeah, but you won't say what you don't care about. So
I just did. I said I don't care that we have now run out of nicknames for teams.
But John definitely does care because we talk about it all the time.
Also, that's a cool nickname.
I don't care about the NBA trade deadline, and yet I keep reading articles about it. What is wrong with me? I don't care. How is this affecting my life? And yet, yesterday when the news came down, what? Jimmy Butler's going to the Warriors? What does that mean for the season? I don't care. They suck. He's old. He's my age. Also, I don't like that somebody who's my age is old in sports. It's very upsetting. Everyone looks like they're 12 now. I
You're
saw
very
some
passionate for someone who doesn't care.
I don't care, John. I saw some picture of some 2026 recruit earlier. It was like, he looks like he's a 5-year-old, and he's supposed to play college football, even though he looks like he's a 5-year-old. I don't care. I don't know what I don't care about anymore. It might just be everything. But I don't care about the trade deadline, even though I was hoping Jimmy Butler would get traded. I can't explain any of these things.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Nice. Mine is not going to be basketball related.
Okay.
I don't care about skiing.
Nick doesn't. Did you go skiing yet?
Last weekend,
Yeah.
we went skiing.
Yeah, how'd it
over
go?
at Crescent, and I didn't like it.
That's not I don't care. That's I hated it.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Okay.
So I don't care about the boots. They're uncomfortable as hell. I put the skis on. I got in, was strapped up and everything. I started to slide a little bit. I couldn't control it. I didn't like that. And for what? To go up a mountain and slide down and have 30 seconds of fun? I don't need to strap skis on myself to do that.
Nick can have 30 seconds of fun in other ways.
Exactly. I don't care about skiing. I'd rather be warm and toasty and have comfortable boots on.
You know what your first mistake was?
What?
Your first mistake was that you went to Crescent because sadly you had no other option because Nebraska is no longer in existence.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Nebraska.
I went skiing at Mount Crescent one time, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, near there is Krispy Kreme.
I do like Krispy Kreme.
Oh,
me too.
Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme is great.
It's very, very tasty.
I don't care about skiing. I don't like it.
Again, I think you hate it.
I don't care about it.
I think you despise it.
I don't care
I
about
think
it.
you want to launch into the sun.
We're going back to basketball. I don't care about the fact that the Florida-Auburn game, which is one of the biggest games of the season in college basketball, two great teams from the SEC, had to be moved to ESPN2 because Luka Doncic is scheduled to make his Lakers debut
Let's
this Saturday
go,
afternoon
Luka!
against Indianapolis or Indiana.
Indiana, the Hoosiers.
Indian.
First thing is,
Pacers.
when did they start playing like games in the middle of the afternoon on Saturday? Has that always been an NBA thing?
It's always. Why would they not play games on the afternoon on a Saturday, John?
I don't know. I've always equated the NBA
with prime
either
time
playing like afternoon games on a Sunday or primetime games all other times. I guess I've just never thought of like 3:00 on Saturday afternoon as a time for NBA basketball.
Yeah, like the Dallas Mavericks, his former team, play at 2:00 on Saturday this week versus
well,
the
that's
Houston
because
Rockets.
that's because literally their fans don't care anymore about the Mavericks now that they've traded away their best player.
Cue
But
up the
here's
drop.
why I don't care that they had to move the Florida-Auburn game. Chances are, if you get ESPN, you also get ESPN2.
Excellent
On most cable systems, it's just one channel up. Or in the case of weird-ass Cox Cable in Omaha, it's one channel down.
31
but either
to
way,
30.
usually it's right next to each other. So
Good
it's
take.
just one more click of the remote. Or if you watch on streaming on the ESPN app, you usually have to arrow over one more box to get to the basketball game. So for people who are hyperventilating that, oh my God, they've moved this great college basketball game off the mothership to ESPN2, guess what? It's still available to everybody anyway who gets ESPN. So I don't care.
That's a good take, John. I got one.
I don't care.
Even though I go to it every day, I don't care about all you college basketball analytics nerds.
Wow.
Watch the damn game. Talk about it with what you saw with your eyes, not by what a computer tells you to think. Well, Ken Palm told me that I have to think this. Bart Torvik told me that I had to think this. Walkie Bubble or whatever it's called told me that I had to think this. Watch the damn games. This infiltrated John's brain during the college football season. Well, this guy says this and this guy says that. I want to hear what you think about the teams, not what a computer thinks about the teams. We are overly reliant, John, on computers, and it will be the downfall of society at large. I don't care about a computer's opinion. I have my own opinions.
I don't care. Josh here for going back to calculators and doing
That's
math
a machine.
by hand.
I don't do math anymore.
Doing math by hand.
He wants an abacus.
I do math mentally, John. 4 times 8, Nick? 32.
Yes, it is.
It's not that hard
I
to
was
do.
doing it mentally.
You were
just
doing it
slowly.
mentally. 7 times 5?
28.
35. You did 7 times 4.
I did.
You'll get there
I
someday.
was going to
Nick.
add another 7.
That's how you do your math. That's common core math.
Yes.
You do 7 times
No.
4, and then you add another 7.
Crap.
Nick, did you have another one, or you?
Oh, I have one more thing I don't
You
care
do.
about.
Please.
And that is the Rockies' Pacoda rating. 106 wins or losses. My bad. That's idiotic. How can you say that about a team that has Brenton Doyle, a 2-3-time Gold Glove winner? Ezekiel Tovar. Yeah, sure, he swings at everything, but he's a good fielder.
Is he?
106 losses. Insane. Dumb. I don't care about that at all.
Seems like you do, though.
I don't care.
106 wins would be really stupid. That'd be really stupid.
See, I think this segment has now gained some momentum now.
I don't like this from Jordan, though. Josh really is getting old. No, it's not getting old. No one talks about the games anymore. They just talk about what a computer told them
Yeah,
to think.
Josh is only saying you only care about what they tell you to care about.
Exactly. I want to hear what John thinks, not what Bart thinks.
I've told you many times.
I
what
do a
think.
show with John Bishop, not Bart Torvik.
I think I explained what I saw last night.
The college basketballification of sports. I don't want this to happen to college football. I'm already nervous that it's about to happen to college football.
You don't want the Jabberwocky of college
I
football?
don't want walkies. No walkies, John. No bubble walkies.
No bubble walkies.
You know who else uses a lot of analytics
Damn
in
it.
their field?
Damn it.
Are the good folks who make the lines for games like, I don't know, the Super Bowl?
Rats.
One of those guys who used to make the lines all the time and now analyzes the lines on the Bet the Board podcast, our good friend Todd Furman. It's our last go around with Todd this football season, so let's make this one count. He's next on 1620 The Zone.
is 40 times greater than those that rent. So maybe take a few minutes to call me at Mortgage Specialist to go through the reasons why, even though the current market is different, why it's always a good time to buy a home to build your net worth. I'm Brant Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialist and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialist. Driven, trusted, reliable. Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, equal housing lender. Have you played Pick 6 from DraftKings? You better get on it. It's Super Bowl 59, the last time to play NFL Pick 6 this season. As the official daily fantasy sports partner of the NFL, DraftKings does fantasy sports like no one else. Play for better payouts on Pick 6. It's super easy to get started. Select 2 or more players, choose if they'll have more or less of a stat line like touchdowns, yardage, sacks, and more. And DraftKings is taking it even sweeter for first-timers. New Pick 6 customers play $5 to get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Win more cash on Pick 6. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code 1620. That's code 1620 for new customers to play $5 and get $59 in Pick 6 credits. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawal Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust. 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
This is Super Week on 1620 The Zone. Powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland.
There should be another great weekend of football.
Todd Furman from the Bet the Board podcast. Time to talk a little money.
People fall in love with teams on the way they look in a non-conference schedule. I don't think there is enough wiggle room for me to get involved with this game going under the total early. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
It's going to be the last time in a while we hear this great open from Nick as we say hello to our good friend, Todd Furman, the Bet the Board podcast. Todd, welcome to the biggest week of the betting year.
Thanks, guys. It's always fun to be able to break this game down in great detail. And by the time you get to Thursday, a Super Bowl week after the bye, you're just ready for these two teams to get on the field and spend their quality time Sunday afternoon deciding the best team in the NFL after 3.5 hours.
Todd, what's the most annoying question that you have gotten asked over and over and over this week? So that John and I don't ask you.
Yeah, we don't ask.
We're not going to ask it.
If I have strong opinions on the coin toss or the color of Gatorade, that'll be dumped on the winning head coach. Unfortunately, guys, I don't have any intel on the coin toss being a 50-50 proposition any more than I do exactly what colors of Gatorade will be on each sideline. Now, if you can get me that intel, now we're talking about cooking with peanut oil in that regard, because you can parlay with the team that's going to win, take both sides, and kick your feet up knowing that you've got yourself in a pretty good spot.
Todd, this obviously was the game that gave birth to the prop bet movement that we now see, maybe not to the detail of, Gatorade color or coin toss results for your average regular season game. But I'm curious what the volume is and I know that there are limits on how much you can win on a lot of those prop bets, but what the volume is and how much it makes up of the overall betting budget, if you will, the handle that the books take in during this week.
Significantly more than what it used to be in the past. I mean, we've seen a lot of the books that'll have the extensive menus. See prop bets represent upwards of 70% of the betting handle that'll take place in a game of this magnitude. Whereas years ago, I mean, you were talking about 70-30 the other way. It gradually started to migrate towards a 50-50 split. But now in a game that may not offer that much intrigue for folks as it pertains to side and total, the prop bets are where they can zero in, try and identify a little bit of an edge, or in some cases put up a little bit to try and make a lot, looking to land one of those proverbial long shots.
Todd, earlier this week, Michael Severe was in for John, and we were going through some of the things that he really liked, and I brought up Saquon Barkley and his rushing total, and Michael pointed out, like, when you look back over the last 2 decades, you have to go all the way back to the Bucs Raiders Super Bowl to find a running back. I think it was like 120-something yards or more. So with that long-winded intro, when you look at his total, what do you think about it, given how explosive he has been all season long and how I think he is going to be the person that tells the story of the game. If he has a successful day, I think Philadelphia will be successful. If he does not, I think Kansas City will be successful.
The historical context on that to kind of build on what Michael was saying, the last time we've seen a running back with 113-plus rushing yards in a Super Bowl, Dominic Rhodes back in 2006. The last time we saw a running back with 114 or more rushing yards, Michael Pittman back in 2002, and 125-plus rushing yards, Terrell Davis back in 1997. So you can understand why there's a little bit of skepticism about Saquon Barkley putting up video game-like numbers, but I'm not going to sit here and advocate for going under his rushing total, because I do think there's a path with a full workload against the Chiefs' run defense that's taken on a little bit of water down the stretch for him to exceed odds makers' expectations. Where I think there's a little bit of opportunity to bet against Saquon Barkley is in the explosive carry department, where his over-under for longest rush sits at 24.5 to 25.5. I think we can see a scenario where Kansas City is more than okay with Saquon Barkley picking up 4 or 5 yards a pop, just trying to keep that home run out of the arsenal that's been such a back-breaking play for Philadelphia's opponents throughout the course of the season. Stiffen up when the Eagles get inside the green zone and figure out how you're going to sort things out from there. So I'd look at Saquon Barkley's longest rush under, but don't have any strong convictions going under his full game rushing total.
This is a defense. These are really 2 good defenses, but Philadelphia's is really geared to slow down the pass, and one of the areas they've been pretty good at is those short middle passes that Kansas City has been good at this year. I'm curious what you think of some of Mahomes' numbers. He's got currently, as I look at one of the books, a total of 251.5 passing yards. Where do you see maybe some value in some Patrick Mahomes props, knowing that he usually rises to the occasion in this moment?
It's interesting because when you look at Patrick Mahomes, all of us think back to those Tyreek Hill days and the deep throw, the explosive. That was such a key component of everything Kansas City wanted to do, and they pulled a full 180. This is a much more methodical offense, move the chains, look to try and take what the defense gives you, and that's bared out in some of the numbers. When you dig into Mahomes, and we use 2.5 seconds as kind of the baseline for a quarterback, when he's getting rid of the ball in under 2.5 seconds, he's 5th in the league in catchable throw rate, 2nd in off-target throw rate, 9th in completion percentage over expectation. But when he holds onto the football longer than 2.5 seconds, those numbers really fall off a cliff. 31st in catchable throw rate, 25th in off-target throw rate, and 33rd in completion percentage over expectation. The problem for Kansas City is that Philadelphia is one of the best defenses in the league, taking away those short passes. Kansas City has made a living this year with more than 20% of Mahomes' passes being thrown at or behind the line of scrimmage. So let's see how that chess match unfolds. And if Kansas City tries to stick with their strength or looks to break tendency a bit to stretch the field against Philadelphia, throw away from Quinyon Mitchell. But I still lean under for Mahomes passing yards in the low 250s, but would be much more inclined to go over on attempts or his completion number if he consistently sticks with the 6-7 yards that Philadelphia may give him.
Todd, this is obviously not a normal football game with all the pomp and circumstance surrounding it, the longer extended halftime, the TV timeouts are going to be much longer. When you look at trends, in particular, like I always think of these first quarters and just how sluggish, or maybe not sluggish, but just how choppy it can seem. Like, do you have any thoughts just kind of broadly on the total in some of these quarters, whether it's the first or in particular maybe the third coming out of the halftime?
Usually, I'll only try and make a case to go under for some of those derivative markets, mainly the first quarter, because we have seen some of these teams get off to slow starts. Now, in this case, maybe it's a little bit of a different dynamic because this is old for Kansas City. They've been in this game a number of years over the last decade, and for Philadelphia, making their second trip in 3 years with largely the same cast. So I do wonder if that bears out here, but we saw it in the college football national championship game. I mean, you saw 2 drives total in that first quarter with Notre Dame essentially bleeding the clock all the way down. Ohio State coming up just short despite scoring on their opening drive. They weren't able to punch it in. So if you happen to have access to a 10, I could see making a case and laying the price to go under, but it's not a market that I've done a ton with. And full transparency here, have nothing on the under, either first quarter, first half, or full game yet in this contest.
Todd Furman, the Bet the Board podcast. Make sure you smash that download button and become a subscriber of the Bet the Board podcast. They do excellent work. We've talked to Todd all season long about college and professional football. I'm curious what your thoughts are on anytime touchdown bets. Those are certainly some very popular props from week in and week out. Interesting value here. If you remember the game 2 years ago, there was a defensive touchdown in the game, defensive special team score, basically paying 6-1 right now on either side, either Chiefs or Eagles. You see any value here in this category? Because you've got some players who have scored touchdowns throughout the course of the season, but anytime touchdown scores, anything interest you?
You know, this is a market where you kind of can take the more straightforward approach and look to isolate some of the favorites. I actually think Jalen Hurts is a little bit underpriced at minus $1.05 to minus $1.10 for an anytime touchdown score. When you go back and look, since he took over as a full-time starting quarterback in Philadelphia in 2021, he scored a touchdown in 40 of 70 games. We know they make an effort to give him the ball in short yardage situations. So that's a favorite that I'd have no problems backing here. In terms of trying to identify the long shots a little bit further down the board, I think there's more variance in Kansas City's game than what you're going to see in Philadelphia, where they typically like to target some of their primary pass catchers in the Dallas Goederts, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Browns. But for Kansas City, we've seen them go off script in the past. And I think a veteran receiver that could find himself a large red zone target in some capacity could be DeAndre Hopkins. I know his workload has been diminished, hasn't been on the field for nearly the same snap share as that receiving room gets healthy, but that also bears out in a price where Hopkins right around 7-1 for anytime touchdown score might be worth a small peanut if you think he can be a red zone target.
Todd, I thought the discussion on yesterday's podcast was so interesting when you started looking back at the playoff performances this season that each of these two teams have had, especially Kansas City. You know, they win by a small margin of victory in the AFC Championship, but they very much dominated that. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles games, and a lot of the numbers would say the games were really, in doubt maybe more than the final score would indicate. So all of that said, the line, I guess it makes sense now in hindsight for me that it is Chiefs minus 1.5, because I've kind of gone into this week thinking at some point it's going to drift on over into Philadelphia being the favorite, but I wonder if you think that's going to be the case.
I think Pick'em will kind of be the furthest this number goes. I do think you're going to see some public support come in on Kansas City, where the professionals have kind of taken their stance, taking the 1.5 and even 2 that was out there early on with Philadelphia. But such slim margins on a side in this game, I think oftentimes a lot of the appeal for recreational bettors, those of the $5 or $500,000 variety, is they want a little bit of skin in the game. And sometimes you can't get those kind of limits for 6 figures or 7 figures in some cases. So even if the number on the game, whether it be side or total, doesn't offer that much upside, it can give players that sweat. So in this spot, do I show some value on Philadelphia? No doubt about it. Would it be a bet that I'd be running to make during the regular season? Maybe with a small edge, but it wouldn't be anything substantial to kind of overbet my bankroll to feel like I'm stealing something here as the number kind of ping pongs right around the 0.
Todd, as I look at one of the major sports books retweeted earlier today, the percentage of tickets that have been on this game for one side, it's 66% on the Chiefs. On the dollar figure, it's 85% on the Chiefs. Where do you expect these numbers to land by the time we get to kickoff?
I think there's going to be some noise in those numbers, and I'll caution any folks who typically look at bet splits throughout the course of the regular season to get a good indication. You're going to have to balance some of the ATS numbers and the money line prices, because what you'll see is a little bit of a stratified approach here, where people that will like the Chiefs will be more than happy to lay the 1 or 1.5. People that like the Eagles probably going to gravitate towards betting them on the money line. So I don't know if we're going to see it quite that lopsided. My feeling is when you look at some of the liabilities on the side and you factor those two markets in together, that will be in that 55-60% range, leaning towards the Chiefs. But a couple of the books that I've spoken to early on, they don't think they're going to have a huge decision on the side, which for them is a little bit anticlimactic because they'd love nothing more than have the recreational bettors on one side, professionals on another, and be able to create a little bit of liability for themselves to start their financial year with a bang in early February.
Todd, are these, as we get to this moment now, are these the two best teams of the 2024 season at this point with all your numbers and everything you've been able to look at?
Baltimore's still very much up there when you look at a full body of work and realize that they've come up short multiple times, but the Ravens would be the other team that would be up there with the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs, and then it would be Buffalo, a slight tick down. Unfortunately for the Lions, they were just so banged up, and it's currently constructed down the stretch. They can't really toss their hat in the ring and have a true competitive case to be made for them being a complete team.
Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast. Todd, it has been a pleasure to have you on all season long, breaking down all of these college and professional games. We always appreciate the friendship and all of the great advice. And any final parting words as folks prepare to, if they haven't done so already, make their bet on this game?
Other than to make sure they listen to the full hour deep dive on the Bet the Board podcast.
Bingo.
Not really. To anything to add, just like we always say, bet responsibly. I mean, this isn't the kind of game that you get rich or you want to go broke trying to bet into. But if you're going to spread your bankroll around and bet a bunch of props, just try and identify which ones you feel you have a stronger opinion on. So if you're a $10 bettor, put $5 on some of the long shot props and make sure that if your big bets all come home, that you're still able to turn a profit at game's end.
Amen. Todd, thanks again. We appreciate it all season long.
Always a pleasure, guys. Enjoy the game this weekend, and thanks for the opportunity to chat ball with you each and every Thursday throughout the fall.
Thank you so much, Todd.
Make sure when you subscribe to your favorite podcast, search Bet the Board and hit that subscribe button. Great work. And they'll have NASCAR. It's starting next week.
I'll still give them my download, and then I will delete that podcast immediately.
All right, Josh, trivia for you. Trivia time. This game right now is sitting at 1.5 in favor of Kansas City. We'll go back 40 years to 1985 when the Frisco Niners beat Miami in Super Bowl 19. Should this game close at 2 points or under?
Okay.
2 points or under. How many times in the last 40 years of the Super Bowl has the line closed at 2 points or less?
Man, so you're starting in 85. This is the stretch where the NFC is absolutely dominating, and there are some spreads. And you go back in that era, and it is stunning. Just as someone who has been watching football now since the January of 97 Super Bowl, and especially in the last 10 to 15 years, it seems like every spread is in this zone. But before that, it was not. I'm going to guess it's a small number. I'm going to guess it's a single-digit number. And I'm going to actually say the majority of them have happened in the last, handful of years. Let's go with 6. 6 games with 2 points or fewer.
Josh Peterson wins the prize. 6 is the number, and they have all happened. You get a prize. They have all happened in the last 11 years.
It's nuts.
The Broncos closed as a 2-point favorite in the ill-fated New York Super Bowl.
I want a block 16 bet from Severe for that game. Let's go, Seahawks.
Denver closed as a 2-point favorite.
They got
the following year, Seattle closed as a 1-point favorite when they decided to inexplicably not give the ball to beast mode.
Yep.
Then Super Bowl 54, the Chiefs closed as a 1.5-point favorite. They did cover that game
they had a late
against
touchdown.
San Francisco. And then the last 2 years, the Eagles closed as a 2-point favorite, losing to Kansas City. And last year, the Niners closed as a 2-point favorite, losing to Kansas City. So the history has been that the team that is favored in these short odds has lost, but the one exception
is when the
Kansas City Chiefs.
That's amazing.
And all of those spreads, and going back, Josh, and you were mentioning during the years of NFC dominance.
Oh, you got some insane spreads in there. John, the one that as I got older and I started, learning about betting and learning about these things, when I watched Super Bowl 32, I thought the Broncos were going to win as what I had been, 10-year-old. I thought the Broncos were going to win. And then I look at that spread and I believe the Packers were like a 12-point favorite. So that was a massive upset.
The Packers were an 11-point favorite.
So that kind of taught, like when you asked the question, I thought of that game first as maybe the telltale sign for if that team, because again, I thought the Broncos were good. Obviously, they won the Super Bowl. But if that team was a touchdown and a half underdog, then every game back then was going to have a spread. I mean, what was the 49ers Chargers one is ridiculous. Was it 18, 19 points somewhere in there?
It was 18 and a half. We had 5 straight years where the spread closed at 10 or more. Dallas was a 10.5-point favorite in the rematch against Buffalo, covered. San Francisco, 18.5-point favorite against the Chargers, covered. Dallas, 13.5-point favorites against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh covered. Green Bay was a 14-point favorite over New England, push. And then the game you mentioned, Green Bay was an 11-point favorite over Elway and the Broncos, and they lost outright.
I mean, think about this. So we talked about this with Robin earlier. So Super Bowl 42, which is the undefeated Patriots, and they faced a 10-6 team from the regular season. They were a 12-point favorite, but I do want to say they were only a 12-point favorite.
They were.
Because, if that same matchup happens in the 90s, the line is bigger, in my opinion. So, there's a part of me that just thinks we are done ever seeing those lines again. If we had an undefeated team on one side and a 10-win team on the other, and it's only 12 points, which is the same line, essentially, as I believe they were the 13-3 Packers and the 12-4 Broncos. I wonder how much of the lines getting shorter are the teams actually more evenly matched, or are we just smarter as a betting society? Whereas if either, and neither of these teams are going to be massive favorites because they're very even. But John, I'm trying to think of a game in recent seasons where it would be like the Chiefs Bucks. What was the Chiefs Bucks line? Was that closer to a touchdown?
Kansas City by 3.
See, that's crazy to me that it was only that short.
But it was Tom Brady.
Yeah, you're right. Because it just seems like you can't have bigger spreads anymore, because if you did, they would just get absolutely obliterated because everyone would be betting on the underdog. If I saw an 8-point Super Bowl line, I feel like I'd want to take the dog no matter who it is, because 8 points is just too many points.
The last 3 times the Super Bowl has closed with a double-digit favorite, the double-digit favorite lost the game.
Wow.
Patriots losing, Rams getting cheated by the Patriots, and the Packers losing to the Broncos.
Wow.
So you got to go back, 25-ish years to get 3 games. But, yeah, the last 3 times the spread has closed at 10 or more, the favored team lost the game outright. But this one's hovering at 1.5, and it's been there. I think it's stayed there. I don't know if has it ever moved. I think it's been 1.5.
I've not seen it move. It's the only line I've seen for this game is 1.5. That's the only line. How about this from Sam? He says Aaron Schatz has identified that Super Bowl 32 is a game where we would have realized the Broncos were about even with the Packers had DVOA existed back then. It's pretty fascinating because that was, as you mentioned, an 11-point line. And again, I'm 10 at the time. I barely know anything. But I thought it was pretty obvious to me that the Broncos were going to win that game. Now, there was certainly some wish casting. I was rooting for Terrell Davis. I was rooting for John Elway. But I was like, yeah, but I didn't know. I didn't go in with any preconceived notions about point spreads. I knew that the AFC hadn't won in a long time. But I was like, this is a different team. And then the very next year, I don't know what the line would have been. Do you have Super Bowl 33? I'm guessing the Broncos were a very healthy favorite in Super Bowl 33.
The Denver Broncos were a 7.5-point favorite over the Falcons.
They covered that one.
They did cover that one.
Mm-hmm.
So there you have it. Little point spread history. And, of course, Todd Furman. Great to have him on all season long.
Oh, yeah.
The happy hour is coming up next. And the unsettlement has given us the unnamed entity. We'll explain.
Yes, please do.
When we continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Super Week on 1620 The Zone is powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland.
From the Plum Ride Time Saving Traffic Center, got a few wrecks to avoid this afternoon. An earlier crash on Pacific at 105th in cleanup stages, but it's still causing delays. We've also got a wreck on Maple at North 78th Ave, a crash on Center just east of 144th, also causing some delays. And then if you're east on I-80, expect slow going from 680 to about 72nd, and on westbound I-80 from 680 to about Q Street. We've got some reports of delays on L Street for both directions around 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to 132nd. I'm Mike Neville.
The word father means a lot to me. Being that support system for them, and as a man, that's important in a child's life. I think men can be a little stubborn sometimes where they may want the help, they may not know how to ask. It's hard for a man to speak his emotions. Those tears, they mean something. In a Arapaho way, tears are water and water is life. And when you shed those tears, that's love. That's real love. Sometimes as dads, I think we're too hard on ourselves. Life can come at you really quick, and it can be really tough at times. But then you put that one foot in front of the other, and you keep doing the right thing. Slowly that voice goes away, you know? Arapaho way, you gotta pray for yourself, as well as for everybody else, but never forget yourself.
Never stop being a dad. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
The sun is shining, and at least it's not freezing drizzle. Happy Hour is on the air. It is Thursday here on the Grum. Hey, don't forget, tomorrow, it's for the first time in weeks.
Is it the first time this year?
I think so.
First time of the whole year where we will all be together on a Friday.
In studio.
In studio.
Holy crap.
2 weeks ago, we would have done a Friday show together, but I was sick.
Yes.
And then the other Fridays, John has been gone.
And then the one time, and then, we had, well, you were sick that day, but we were at
We were at the Hope Lodge, so it would have been a weird show or a different show, rather, anyway.
Exactly.
Wow.
And One Beer Friday, and it's Kent's Movie Club. You're cordially invited is the movie. It is the new Will Ferrell, Reese Witherspoon movie. It's streaming on Prime.
That John picked off of the Netflix top 10 really quick.
Nice. I have beer for us tomorrow, by the way.
Oh.
I've been donated beer for us, so we will have beer. Have you watched the movie yet, John?
Yeah, I did on Tuesday in the morning before we left for Providence.
There you go. Nick, have you watched it yet?
Tonight. Thursday's my movie
Watching
night.
it with the GF tonight?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. John, it's also it's Super Week, as we've been talking about all week long. We're having a great time here, getting ready for the big game, as people call it.
The big game.
One of the things that often happens with the big game is that the network that is broadcasting it debuts a new sports bug.
Oh,
famously, the Super Bowl is when we get the new graphics that will be then used moving forward throughout the following season.
I wonder why they introduced them in the last game of the season.
It's always interesting to me too, Nick, because I would think you'd want the audience to get used to the score bugs, and not just see them
for the biggest game.
Well, remember, was it last year? Who had last year's
CBS had last year's.
Okay, CBS had last year's game, and people didn't like the skinny font.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was too understated, and so they adjusted it for the following season, and people liked it better. Of course, this was when Fox, was it for the first? No, it wasn't for. It was for the Chiefs 49ers game.
Yep.
That they debuted basically the graphics that they've had up until this point, which was the cartoony. Anytime someone scores, it's the cartoon
muscles.
Line. Yeah, big muscles of Saquon Barkley.
When your team won the Super Bowl last, NBC went way away from their look that they had for a long time with a few alterations to what they have now.
Right.
Well,
further.
Yes, indeed. Sports, TV news, and updates has access. This is a Twitter account, has access to a satellite backhaul feed. They are doing testing right now for the Super Bowl, and this account has access to it. And so this person has graced us with the score bug. Now, it's going to be like a rainbow background because they're just doing it over all these colors. But we're going to have a look.
Or is woke coming for
Woke is coming for the Super Bowl. No, remember they ended racism. So
that's right.
So here, John, are you ready? Via this Twitter account.
I am oddly fascinated by these things. I don't know why. I always have been ever since I was a child. Just the neat little TV gimmicks that they come up with. So yes,
here we're
go. All ready with bated breath. Dead is the cartoon graphic. And what?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one. It's so weird. Everything's separate. It's boring. I don't know if I like it, John.
What?
I don't know if I like it, John. Not great.
No.
Not great.
So to describe for those of you
who are
on
not
the
watching,
radio,
who are just listening,
it's almost cartoonishly simple.
Yes.
Can you send that to me? I want to try something.
The KC and the FHI, the abbreviation for Philadelphia, are inside of a box, a rectangular box. They're giant, thick font letters. So it's KC with a red inside of a red box. It's PHI inside of a dark green box. And then there's the score, which is not inside a box. And then in the middle, it's got the game clock and first quarter. And then, of course, you've got 3 dashes underneath. It is, oh, God, I hope this is not it. This is bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
It's just not,
Yeah. How did you describe it a few minutes ago? It's something simple?
It's cartoonishly
simple. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good description of how it looks.
I mean, and it was pretty radical when Fox did what they did a few years ago.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right? When they shrunk it and they in the center middle. But, you got used to it and it wasn't bad. This is, if you're going to go bigger, which it does take up a little bit more of the screen.
Sure. Odd.
I hate this.
Yeah, odd. Very, very confusing.
I hate
very confusing. So thank you to TV Sports Updates. Maybe there was a leak from Fox. They were like, somebody knew that it sucked. They had to get it out there, and now maybe
so they're going to hustle and
backlash.
Quickly. Maybe they did, and then now they've got a backup plan, or they're just go.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Katie says I just hopped on to look, and that is atrocious. Why do they keep changing these things? It's so simple to do.
Well, they changed them, and I understand why they changed them. They want to freshen up the look, and I don't have a problem.
But this isn't fresh; it's bad.
Yeah, it looks like it's going. It looks like it's regressing and not progressing.
Yeah, for sure.
Ugh.
Yeah. So we're gonna give it 2 thumbs down. It's going to be rainy and cloudy on Super Bowl Sunday. Look at that. Yep, that's how I'm going to feel on Super Sunday with the score bug and the Eagles winning a 2nd Super Bowl in the last decade. Bad times, John. Bad times.
We were talking about the Blue Jays earlier.
Yeah.
And Nebraska ball, who both won yesterday. We have a new update. We have a new update from MJ Hackman, another one of these nerds that you hate.
Watch the damn games.
But this is the results of 100,000 simulations for the remainder of the conference season and the percentage chance of each team finishing in one of the 11 spots. We'll have the Big Ten in just a moment. But as of today, St. John's, a 56% chance of winning the regular season. Creighton, 26%. Marquette, 12. UConn, 7. The Jays' greatest percentage chance of, or at least the one that has the greatest percentage for them to finish, is second place, 35%. Their odds of finishing in third are equal to their odds of finishing in first, 26%, and a 12% chance of finishing in fourth. So St. John's is basically double ahead of Creighton in terms of the odds of winning. Of course, St. John's does have a game up on Creighton, and they do have the home game against the Jays in 2 weeks at Madison Square Garden. So the schedule would seem to break out a little bit better, even though Creighton does have the head-to-head, but they do have the 1-game lead. Now, if Creighton should win the next 3 games, I'm guessing these odds will flip dramatically in the other direction. But right now, St. John's, 56% chance of winning the Big East.
Well, these are important things, John, because as you know, now I start planning out conference championship week and how much I will or will not be at the studio. So we'll continue to keep an eye on these developments and what it means for you and for me, and I guess for the Creighton Blue Jays as well. I guess.
The last time we had a similar update, the concern was, will Nebraska even make the Big Ten tournament?
Some of us might have said that it was a coin flip if they were going to make it or not. That person was an idiot.
It
was me.
They have since improved their odds as we take a look now at a similar chart. We'll have to blow this up a little bit. So
blow it up.
Be seen, because famously the Big Ten, a conference of 18 schools.
But why
Big Ten
the name, John? It's Big Ten though.
It's Big Ten math.
You
know, they're so much more smarter than us. The odds of Nebraska missing the tournament are now at 16%. I believe this number was in the 20s.
Yikes.
A couple of weeks ago. So it's dropped.
Good.
Now, interestingly enough, that is still the greatest percentage chance that they have, at least the highest number they have on this graphic, is missing the tournament. Now, it's only 16%, but
yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Now, because you have 18 teams and there's so many different variables in terms of who's going to finish where, Nebraska just doesn't have, for example, they have a 10% chance of finishing 10th, a 12% chance of finishing 11th, a 12% chance of finishing 12th, a 12% chance of finishing 13th, a 13% chance of 14th, a 10% chance of 15th, and then an 18%
Watch the damn
chance.
game, nerds.
Yeah. So, it may not look as favorable, but it actually is. It's just because
I think I hate this graphic more than the Fox score bug.
Yeah, it's very confusing. Purdue with a 38% chance of winning the conference, followed by Michigan State, 32. So at least at the top end, it's a little more predictable.
But, John, Purdue also has a 1% chance of finishing in 8th place. So, there's a lot of stuff that could still unfold over the course of the next month heading into the Big Ten tournament. Where is the Big Ten tournament this year? Is it in Indy or is it in Chicago? Is it in New York again for some reason? Washington, D.C.? Nick, where's the Big Ten basketball tournament this year?
I don't care.
That's a good call, John.
I don't care.
It is indeed in Indianapolis. Wait, they're doing it at 2 places? Is this true? According to Wikipedia, some of the games will be played in... Oh, wait, never mind. It's the same place. I'm an idiot. I forgot that some of the games are going to be on Peacock, though.
Yes.
You'll have a triple header on Peacock starting on... What day is this? March the 12th. Wow.
Peacock will also have a handful of games of the Big East tournament.
Oh! Dude, I'll say this, man. When Creighton games are on or Nebraska games, I don't Has Nebraska had a Peacock game this year in the conference?
Yeah.
One maybe? The Iowa game. Was the Iowa game? I like that they don't scrunch the picture down like Fox does. Fox, because of their bottom line, they scrunch the picture. And so everyone looks they look like Luka, a little chonky. The Peacock.
Chonky?
He's a professional athlete, Nick. The Peacock broadcast, glorious, high definition, and no scrunching. Everyone does not look chonky. So I'm a fan of the Peacock broadcasts. I give it a thumbs up. Thumbs up from your boy for the Peacock broadcast.
I like the Peacock broadcast because there's no slide. They start when they're supposed to start.
That's true because it's a streaming service. Everything is, in theory, on the app. You can just watch whatever you want at the same time.
That is so very true.
Mm-hmm.
I did promise to get to this, so let's get. Thing is, I wanted to get to the other thing too. You know what? We may save.
We'll save one of the things.
We'll save the parody question because it's a good Friday topic. Because the idea that the NFL
Removing the baseball question
is the parody game.
John, I've been looking forward to this.
Have you read the article yet?
No.
Okay, this is good. Nick, you can read the article ahead of tomorrow. And it'll be, John, this is actually a good topic, the parody one, ahead of the Super Bowl. Because the Jason Stark column.
Because it is inspired by the
Super
Super
Bowl.
Bowl.
Yeah.
But of course, it's about baseball.
So there you go, Nick. Do some prep. Come to the show tomorrow when we're all here together, unless one of us gets sick over the next 24 hours, and we'll talk about it.
Okay.
It'll be perfect. So that means when we return, we're talking about NIL?
Well, no. Well, it's about the unsettlement.
Unsettlement.
And how the unsettlement is going to be enforced by the nameless entity.
Nice.
They.
So the unsettlement begat the nameless entity. But before we get to that, we do need a sports flash.
What?
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Is it the thing about the gambling?
You remember about a year ago, Shohei Ohtani, who is just half the player he used to be, was involved in a gambling scandal that involved his interpreter.
Sports flash.
We, of course, all became familiar with the interpreter because his name was
Ippy.
Ippy. Well, today, Ippy
That rhymes.
has been sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison for stealing about $17 million from Shohei Ohtani to repay gambling debts.
Yikes.
So, just like many mobsters took one on the chin and went to jail and didn't snitch on the rest of their family, Ippy is doing their time to protect the rest of the family.
So while John sounds like an idiot, fun story that came out. Ippy wrote a letter to the judge basically pleading, hey, please, Shohei didn't pay me enough money. I had to pay for my wife's apartment in Japan and my apartment here. I wasn't getting nearly enough. He made me do all these things like walk his dog and this, and that. Please be nice to me. Gambling was the only way I felt free.
So why is John an idiot?
Because he keeps having the weird slant that Ippy is covering.
Oh, yeah. Even though we heard the audio. We heard
Yeah.
the audio recently. John, are you going to finally apologize to the greatest baseball player of all time, Shohei Ohtani?
I have nothing to apologize to Babe Ruth for.
Will you apologize to Shohei then?
It's not up to me. It's up to Ippy to.
Wow, fascinating.
Ask for.
It's got to be your bowl.
It's got to be your bowl.
Got to be your bowl.
All right, so the nameless entity is the
They.
new thing. We'll explain next on 1620 The Zone. But friends, as we're going to be talking a bit about NIL is how college sports are now operating. This is how your favorite schools are recruiting and retaining their athletes. And with On the Line, you can get into the game by gamifying your giving. How does it work? Well, athleticsontheline.com is the place to go. You type in that address, head there, and you can pick from your favorite school. And On the Line does work with all 3 of Nebraska's Division I programs, whether it's the Creighton Blue Jays, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, or the Omaha Mavericks. You pick that favorite school, and then you pick a measurable metric. Could be wins, could be points, whatever the case. You attach a dollar figure to that amount, and for every time that metric hits, you can make a donation towards your favorite school's NIL, and it goes straight to that school's NIL fund so that they can help recruit and retain their best college athletes. So gamify your giving as your team rewards you. You reward your team. Visit athleticsontheline.com today. That's athleticsontheline.com.
Hey, John. You know one of the things that I love saying to you?
You're right.
No, I say get your bleep together, man. And right now, the Friends of the Grum don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway. Register online for a chance to win at 1620thezone.com.
I have to imagine when Ross Dellinger sits at his desk there at Yahoo Sports and ponders what he's going to be writing about that day, that if someone says, hey, Ross, we want you to cover this football game, he's like, man, I ain't got no time to talk about the game. I got to talk about all the crazy stuff that's happening away from the game. Because Ross Dellinger, who's been on top of a lot of these behind-the-scenes stories as it comes to the conference realignment, NIL, transfer portal, revenue share, unsettlement, has cracked the lid on another discovery. During a 2-day summit in the nation's capital, a transition team. No, we're not talking about the transition from one presidential administration to another. No, we're talking about a transition team charged with concepts of the House settlement, trying to figure out how are we going to enforce these new rules. Remember now, teams can revenue share. In other words, pay players up to $20.5 million. That's basically their salary cap, if you will. And that was based on a percentage of revenues as developed by the attorneys who came up with what we have dubbed the unsettlement. Well, the issue is, what's going to stop a team from busting through the cap? Who's going to stop them? I mean, there's no cap on NIL right now, as it currently exists. So if we're going to create what is essentially a college sports salary cap, who's going to enforce the rules? Well, that's what this transition team has been put in charge with. I shall read from Ross Dellinger's story. This new nameless entity, which is, I think, what we should call this group. We should call this group the nameless entity.
But
Graphic alert.
By calling them the nameless entity, then they end up having a name.
That's
so then
true.
They're no longer the nameless entity.
Canva alert.
Which makes perfect sense when we're talking about the morons that run college sports. Am I right?
Hard to argue with you there.
This new nameless entity, running adjacent and intertwined with the NCAA, serves as a sea change in how college athletics is policed, replacing a much maligned NCAA-controlled process of lengthy investigations, controversial enforcement decisions, and what some believe to be unnecessary committee hearings. The NCAA's enforcement unit, for now, will continue to police matters around eligibility and athletics. So here's how it's going to work. This transition team has 2 athletic directors from each of the football 4 conferences, Big Ten, SEC, ACC, and Big 12.
Nice.
The members of the committee, who are unannounced and kept secret now for months, are from some of college football's biggest brands. They include Graham Neff of Clemson, Ross Bjork of Ohio State, and where's my dramatic music? Texas A&M's Trev Alberts.
Benedict Trev on this nameless, faceless group. He has a name, though, and a face.
True.
So here's what they're going to do. The transition team expected to continue its work over the coming weeks. They hope to have a final approval hearing for the unsettlement scheduled for April 7th. The transition team gathered earlier this week in Washington, D.C., which is where all good transition teams gather.
Nice.
And their newly created framework has a 3-pronged approach of enforcement. A cap management system. B, an NIL clearinghouse. And C, an investigative and infractions unit in order to actually enforce the rules. Now, here's one of the, I've got many questions, but here's one question I have initially. Because remember, the nameless entity is made up of athletic directors from the football 4 conferences. Will these same rules and enforcement procedures and hearings and investigations also include other non-football 4 conferences, a.k.a. the Big East?
Excellent question.
I don't know.
The answer seems to be no. We don't like college basketball because they have all those dorky stats, is how I'm reading this.
In addition, at least 2 NCAA representatives were part of the meeting, as well as officials from Deloitte and LBI. LBI, which, by the way, is a software company that maintains the NBA player contract management system. They will serve as the cap management company. And Deloitte will operate the new NIL clearinghouse, and their job would be charged with determining fair market value of income earned by athletes outside of the school, i.e. name, image, likeness. Deals affiliated with a booster group, or any entity deemed to be associated with the school will are the only ones subject to the clearinghouse's more rigorous fair market value standard. The issue here is, so revenue share, that's coming from the schools. But players still, or athletes still, could have name, image, likeness. But I believe the number I heard was $600. If the amount exceeds $600, they have to be reviewed by this fair market value to make sure that, let's say Billy Jones, point guard for the Duke Blue Devils, somehow gets this $25,000 deal to sign autographs. Well, this nameless entity would have to determine through its representatives, is that fair market value, or is just some booster saying, yeah, I'm going to pay you 10 grand and here, sign this piece of paper for me so that it looks like something happened. They're going to try to determine fair market value. So all of these NIL deals, which right now there is no microscope.
The fair market value is whatever the schools are willing to pay.
Exactly.
But it's not like reviewed by anybody. And this is
exactly.
how contracts
this
work in profession. It'd be like professional sports, right? Where like a quarterback, is not going to take lesser because that is not this is a baseball thing more than anything, right? Where like there are these like certain thresholds that contracts needs to reach, or am I thinking of a different sport? I just feel like we have seen over the years where, hey, sorry, this is what the agreement is, and you have to reach this level of money.
Well, I mean,
there's fair market value.
Yeah, there's arbitration hearings. If you qualify for arbitration, then it goes before an arbiter. The team offers one number, the player offers a number, the arbiter decides, what fair market value is. So I guess kind of, but this is so different because this is NIL, which is, separate from what you're getting paid by the school. This is the idea is this is what NIL was supposed to be, which is, hey, here's my name, here's my image, here's my likeness. I'm selling it to you for me to help you promote whatever it is you want me to promote, and I get paid for it. What NIL has now become, at least in the current sense, is pay for play.
Yeah.
So pay for play now becomes revenue share, where it actually comes from the school's budget, and NIL, if this all goes through as it is expected to, is what it literally was always meant to be, and that is me selling my rights to my name, image, my likeness to promote a product, good, or service.
Yeah, unless it keeps going and it just turns into more of the old school way where it's under the table and it's bagmen again. Bagmen are going to be back in the new era of college football.
Here's a question I have, and again, there's a lot of different questions, but going back to the revenue sharing component of it, because remember, part of the deal is to manage the salary cap. Does this mean when revenue sharing starts that we will now find out officially what players are making?
I imagine we will from the universities. I mean, they're public entities, right? So you're going to be.
But Josh, what about Vanderbilt? What about Northwestern? What about Stanford? Private schools that are also part of the Football Four.
My guess is going to be no. Just like we don't know what the coaches make at those schools either. Like I don't know what David Braun's salary is. Now maybe it's a short Google search away, but they don't have to report on it. So my guess is at Nebraska we will. At private schools we won't, unless there is reporting that unearths it. And then I guess we're just going to guess, I wonder if Stanford does it the same way Nebraska does, where look at the percentages, it's this of the total pot. I'm guessing, when we start looking around the country and all this stuff is figured out, if it's what I think it will, I'm guessing a lot of the football schools are going to do the same amount of, the same cut of that overall dollar figure. But because Nebraska is a public university, I think we're going to know. I bet we don't know what Creighton will do, for example, though, because they're a private university. Notre Dame, private university.
Well, we'll see where this one ends up, but the nameless entity.
Somebody mentioned earlier to just call it the entity. Jordan says, how about just the entity? You drop the nameless. It's cleaner that way.
That sounds cooler, though, and this is anything but cool.
That is true. The entity.
That's why I like
cooler.
nameless entity, because it's ironically stupid.
Fair. That's fair.
Which is really where all of this has led us to over the last several years.
Yeah.
Again, not that it's stupid to pay the players, but how we actually got to this point was very dumb and weird and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the nameless entity.
That's fair.
But I'm sure they'll give it some really busy, highbrow name that, will sound either really important or really unimportant.
Definitely. 100%. Lots of fancy job titles, Yeah, lots of fancy job titles.
Well, coming up in content. It was a good night for the basketball.
Yeah, it was.
Ryan Day is a rich man.
Yeah, he is.
And we say goodbye to an NFL icon.
NFL icon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
John. What's up?
Nick!
Yes?
It's time for you to talk, Nick.
Oh! Nick! You know what we haven't talked about enough today?
No.
College football.
College basketball.
Oh, I thought we did a lot of it, actually.
Last night, the Creighton men won a tough matchup on the road. The Creighton women pulled away to roll in the second half at home, and the Nebraska men stifled the John Bishop jinx and lots of Washington threes to win
A
their
normal,
third straight.
an acceptably normal amount of Washington
Many
threes.
threes on many sides.
Was last night the best night for college hoops ever?
Wow. John, you have a history of watching basketball. Is this the GOAT?
No.
Was it the court GOAT?
No.
No.
Not the
I'm going to
greatest.
say,
It was a good night. It was a
hell
good night.
yeah, it was. And if you don't think so, you're an idiot. Last night was tight, John.
Says the guy who doesn't like college basketball.
What are you talking about? I watched it all last night. I called a game. I got home. I watched your game. Then I watched the Nebraska game. I didn't go to bed until midnight.
Poor you.
No,
You didn't
this
go to
isn't.
bed
No,
till
this
midnight.
wasn't complaining because you stayed up even later than me, John. This was me saying I couldn't look away from the basketball. I couldn't stop watching the college hoops.
You're basketball pilled.
Maybe I am, or maybe it's my job and I have to watch it so I can talk about it the next day on the radio. Either way, I couldn't turn away, and I had the most fun watching basketball that I ever have on a single night in the state of Nebraska ball. So to answer your question, Nick.
In the state of what?
Nebraska, John. We live in Nebraska.
You said the state of Nebraska ball.
You did.
Oh,
you did a John Bishop.
Damn it. It was good. The basketball last night was good. And now you got
it was good.
The Nebraska women tonight and the Omaha men tonight with their trash cans. Maybe it'll be a clean sweep, 5-0 over 2 days.
They did have trash cans.
Oh, they will
and
indeed.
they still do.
Yeah, but enough about John's takes.
Nice. Ryan Day is a happy man.
Why?
Ryan Day is a champion.
Why?
Ryan Day is a rich man. Ohio State extended the contract of the man who some people thought was going to get fired, and now he has a 7-year deal worth $12.5 million per season. Many people on many sides believe this is a feel-good story of the 21st century. But do you?
Sure, why not? You know, with those psychotic fans that he has to deal with who want him fired all the time for some weird
Careful there, Herb
reason.
Street.
Now he gets paid to have to deal with these. What does he call them? The something fringe.
The lunatic fringe.
Lunatic fringe. Yeah, I'd need $12.5 million to deal with the lunatic fringe. Our friends of the Grum are very normal in our comment section.
I mean, we deal with lunatics all the time. I'd go, hell, I'd do
His name
the
is Nick
0.5.
Grimm.
I'd even do the 0.5. I don't even need the
12?
1. I'll do the 0.5 to deal with the lunatics we deal with.
Yeah, that would be nice. I would love 0.5. Nick, can we make that happen?
0.5?
Yeah, can you make that happen for us?
I will talk to some people.
Okay.
You know what else we haven't talked about enough today?
College football.
Professional basketball.
Oh, the NBA.
Jimmy Butler was traded after all.
Wow.
He lands in San Francisco to play with the Golden State Warriors, not Valkyrie.
That's true.
Which is really weird because, I mean, he's in San Francisco. Why isn't he playing for the San Francisco Warriors?
That was their nickname back in the 50s. Yeah.
Is this a good move for Steph and his franchise?
John, break it down.
I really can't break it down. I'm not really sure. I mean, Jimmy Butler did pout his way out of Miami.
Martyr baton. He had the martyr baton.
He did have the martyr baton. Is it a good move for Steph and the franchise? I mean, is he going to be a difference maker that's going to get Golden State into the playoffs? I mean, that's really what they're fighting for.
Yikes.
It's not about whether or not they're going to go very far in the playoffs at this point. It's, can we even make the playoffs at this point? As it stands right now, the San Francisco, Oakland Bay, Golden State Warriors are essentially tied with Phoenix for the last play-in spot at 25-25. I say they will get in because Dallas is going to collapse.
Yikes.
So, yeah, they'll get in. Yeah, they'll get in because Dallas sucks.
They'll probably get in, but they're not going to do anything. So, no. What's the question that you asked there, Nick? Is this a good move? I don't think so. I mean, the guy has pushed his way now out of, numerous franchises. I think he's good, but he's also old. He's as old as me, and in the NBA, you might as well be dead if you're in your mid to late 30s. So, no, I don't think it's going to work out well for the Warriors.
Did you know that pitchers and catchers start reporting in less than a week? For the Cubs, it's on Sunday.
Wow.
Got any takes on the best sport in the world, baseball?
Now, why didn't you start this question with, what we haven't talked about today, baseball? Why didn't you do that bit?
Because I'm always thinking about it.
You're always thinking about it. Baseball takes. Well, it will be here soon. We decided to re-up John YouTube TV because we upgraded it, and so now we share a plan with my parents. And the bummer is that we don't have whatever the hell it's called, FanDuel TV, to watch the Royals games. So that's my concern, is my wife and not being able to watch the Kansas City Royals. But they were in the playoffs last year. You probably wish you could say that about your team, the Chicago Cubs, who were not in the playoffs last year, John. They stunk.
Yeah, but we didn't make the playoffs in the superior National League, not the inferior American League. Well, we'll find out more tomorrow as we talk about baseball and parity and how it compares to the NFL.
Baseball. I love baseball.
Oh, and that's another tease. Coming up next week, preview of the college baseball season. Ed Service will join me on the 1620 The Jays podcast.
Man, you scared me. I thought you booked like Kendall Rogers for a moment to talk baseball in February.
That's actually a good idea. We should get
No, it
What
is
do you mean?
not.
Opening day for college baseball's Valentine's Day.
We have to recap the Super Bowl every day next week, even if the Eagles win.
Oh,
You know what else starts next week?
What?
A slice of college baseball.
Wow, has it already arrived?
Yes, it
Good
has.
God. What have we gotten ourselves into, John?
Hold on to your butts.
Uh-oh.
Circa has the Cubs as minus 160 to make the playoffs. Second best odds only behind the Dodgers. Meanwhile, the nerds at Fangraphs have
There
the
we
Cubs
go.
at only a 55% chance of making the playoffs, just the sixth best mark in the National League. Are the Fangraphs nerds behind the times, or are they very smart and cool?
This is
Interesting question.
Because normally you don't see this kind of variance between two predictive measurements, right? You know, like if Bill Simmons or Bill Simmons, not Bill Simmons is a moron. He doesn't even know what college football is. But if Bill Conley's numbers and K Ford's numbers were way separate from each other.
That's true.
Fangraphs, 55% chance of the Cubs get in. Meanwhile, the Pacoda from Baseball Prospectus had the Cubs at 90 wins and like an 85% chance of making the playoffs. So this is really weird how these two are completely different. We need a fair in here to explain all of this. But I appreciate that Fangraphs is trying to do their job and tamp down on the hype that they're trying to make me believe that this Cubs team actually will win the division.
I think Farron will side with the Fangraphs nerds because he's friends with the Ben Lindbergh and Meg Rowley.
Is it South Pacoda or North Pacoda that gives us these numbers, John?
You are.
And that's it for baseball, right, Nick?
You know what we haven't talked about a lot today?
What's that, Nick?
The oldest NFL owner.
Uh-oh.
Virginia Hallas McCaskey. Hallas, my bad. Passed away today at 102.
Why'd you sound so excited?
Because I didn't read it before I got to that part. The daughter of Bears founder.
Can you imagine? Hold on a second. Just stop right there. Can you imagine that instead of Walter Cronkite being at the desk in
John
in
F.
November
Kennedy
of 1963, instead it's Nick Grimm, and the guy rips the thing off the AP wire and he hands it to Nick and says, "The President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, is dead."
It's September 11th. Oh, the World Trade Center.
All right, well, I would have known about that one. That one was kind of everywhere.
Interesting. Not if you're on the news, Nick. You don't know what's coming to the news.
The daughter of Bears founder George Hallas.
Hallas.
Wow, you're being very disrespectful, Nick.
I don't know these names. I apologize.
George Hallas
has owned the team since 1983. It's been an interesting 42 years for the Bears, but what's next?
Well, someone who is closer to the age of their constituents, so at least that's going to be good. That's what Bears fans are saying, not me. I'm quoting Bears fans here. I don't know. They'll probably be better now. You know how it is with these old owners. Jordan, she had seen enough. We're getting into very uncomfortable territory because I also have an old owner.
He's
Yes,
going to live
but
forever, though.
No,
He's going
he
to
is
live
not.
forever. Forever and ever and ever. Yeah, I mean, the family is still in charge here, and the Bears fans have notoriously not been happy with the McCaskies being in charge. So I don't know if a whole lot is going to change. It was interesting, though, under the official Bears posting of Virginia's passing, that several of the comments were about, well, now it's time to sell the team. Well, it's, time for her 80-year-old, son to get rid of the team. So, I mean, it's sad. I mean, she is a direct descendant from George Halas, founder not only of the Bears, but of the National Football League, and lived to be 102 years old. It does prove the point that even the Bears can't kill you off as bad as they can.
Eli Manning, a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback,
some are saying,
knows whether he did or didn't make the Hall of Fame. His big brother Peyton Manning told Adam Schefter he doesn't know if Eli made it. Are you buying this?
I thought they weren't supposed to know until tonight when it was actually announced.
But John, they do that. They have those videos where the big guy comes.
The surprise videos. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe this. I believe Eli
kept it a secret.
Keeps it a secret. He runs a tight ship.
Yeah, I think so. Because I'm guessing, maybe this sounds sappy. There's a part of me that thinks Peyton wouldn't want to know until he can see it officially on TV or whatever. There's a part of me that thinks that he would just appreciate that as someone who very much appreciates NFL history.
I agree.
Finally, Josh gets triggered when we mention golf, so I hesitate to bring this up.
Oh God, what is it about the league now?
A 13-year-old Russian golfer shot a 75 in the first round of the Qatar Masters, putting him in position to make the cut in the European Tour event. Could Daniil Sokolov be the next Tiger Woods?
Tiger Wolf. Wow,
Tiger
Nick,
Wolf.
this is an all-time content for you. First of all,
it's been a while since we've gotten one of these.
Sure, why not? Why not a 13-year-old being the GOAT? The Qatar Masters. Wow, very, very interesting. Oh, there he is. There is the boy who is a better golfer than I could ever hope to be.
Does that make you feel?
How do we know that this wasn't something
I beat him in a marathon.
How do we know that this wasn't something that Putin didn't construct in one of his laboratories there in Moscow?
You better mark down a birdie or you're going to fall out a window.
I mean, they do like to do that with chess players, so it wouldn't
Do
surprise
they?
me.
Do they
Oh, yeah.
cheat at chess?
They don't cheat. They just they manufacture chess players. They're like, you're going to play chess and you're going to represent us.
How do you manufacture them?
You just make them start
Well,
young.
there's a daddy chess player and a mommy chess player.
You've seen the Queen's Gambit. You know how that works.
Great television show. John, you ever watched The Queen's Gambit?
Nope.
Oh, great television show.
I've
Came out during
rewatched it
COVID.
recently.
Yeah? Still good?
It's still great.
Yeah, really good.
A lot of drugs.
A lot of drugs. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sam writes, this is back to week 1 of Grimm. Yeah, that content did remind me of early Grimm. I'm surprised you never heard of George Halas. So, because Sonny points out, Nick, do you not know what the GSH on the sleeve of the Bears jersey stands for? Have you ever seen that?
There's a lot of NFL fans that still don't know what that means.
Really?
Oh,
I mean, I get it if Nick doesn't. He's been watching the NFL for 5 years. But
I've seen it. I've never known what it was. I figured it was something.
Yeah, it's for Mr. Halas. Papa Bear, right? They call him Papa Bear?
Papa Bear.
I didn't know we were calling him Big Bear. That's what they called him, Nick.
Nice.
Yep, and he's dead too. R.I.P.
Not nice?
No, I don't know. You tell me. Is it nice?
No.
Packers fans probably think it is.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what they'd say.
Coming up next, what's for dinner?
Nice.
And I can finally tell you what I'm actually having for dinner.
About damn time, John. It only took a year and a half for this segment to finally work how it's supposed to.
Nice.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Jimmy Allen.
1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight's What's for Dinner is dedicated to the memory of Virginia Halas Kasky. According to Nick. The wife stopped by the Hy-Vee. You know, they got these great little specials they run on occasion out of the Hy-Vee Deli. Tonight was...
I do like Doritos.
It's a steak dinner for only $10.
Cool. I'm sure it's going to be great. I mean, how nasty is this steak?
Are you going to eat with
I
Nick
mean,
Poultice?
it's the same steak that you get out of the Hy-Vee meat section.
Oh, okay.
And they just cook it for you, and then there's some mashed potatoes.
Oh, okay.
And greens.
Okay. That sounds tasty. I love steak.
It's good. They do a very good job.
I'm going to finish off the rest of the lasagna from earlier this
What are
week.
you, Garfield?
Nice, Nick. So I'm going to have some of that, maybe a salad, some carrots, and yeah, that's dinner.
Nice. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
John finally knows what he's having.
And you don't.
And he
I
graced
don't.
us with that amazing story earlier.
It's a good story.
And you blew it.
Yeah, we're attempting now a new strategy here. I got some advice on how to clean the calzone pants.
Oh, really? I feel like
so
they're
we-
gone.
So we let the pre-treater soak it. And then someone also suggested using some Dawn dish soap.
Yeah.
So I used a little bit of that, and it's going through the cycle right now as we speak.
Mm.
So we'll see. I mean, I'm not holding out much hope, but who knows? Maybe the
Good luck, John.
calzone pants could still live to see another day.
John.
That crap gets everywhere.
Yeah.
So if you can't get the calzone out of the pants, what you could do is you could get some bleach and you could put bleach over the calzone stains, and then you could just have fun, funky pants.
John, that very much fits your style. Bleached pants.
Yeah, we'll call him Funky John.
Instead of Fun Shirt Friday, it could be Fun Pants Friday.
That's
for John.
true.
John, you should do this. You should do this. That'd be great. Speaking of Fridays and fun, we'll do one of those things tomorrow because, again, we are previewing the Chiefs and the Eagles, which is not fun, but it will be a Friday on the Grum tomorrow.
You know what else is happening Friday tomorrow?
One Beer Friday.
One Beer Friday.
Movie club. And baseball.
Gary and Matt are playing a game tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, Nick. They're playing a game called Guess the NFL Game. Is this the last time they're doing it because the Super Bowl is on Sunday? Nick doesn't know. Either way, how well do you know your football? They'll play a clip from a game, and if you're the first one to guess it, you're going to win $100. They'll play that again tomorrow morning.
Nice.
Wow. What a Friday. What a Friday it's going to be. We're reviewing John's romantic comedy.
And then I get to pick my movie.
Nick's picking his movie for next week.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back again together next week. And this is my last One Beer Friday, John. This is the final time that I will be enjoying tasty suds with my friends until late April.
Because you're going to Boston, so instead of One Beer Friday, you're going to do One Slur
There
Friday.
will not be any slurs, no slurs.
Well, not on the air, obviously.
So
You're
would
gonna
you?
do that at
How
home.
would that work? So you'd crack it open and then a slur would come out of the can.
Yeah, that's
Nick,
exactly
why don't you
what
do
happens.
some voice work on this? You'll be the one who records the slurs. and
Yeah?
they'll come out of it. Yeah, we'll see if we can make it happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right, Nick. No one will ever know because you'll mispronounce the slur anyway.
Exactly. They'll be like, I don't know what word that was. Guess it's not a bad word though because it didn't sound like I thought it would.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
The movie, by the way, is You're Cordially Invited. It's on Prime.
Amazon Prime.
Just came out here a week or so ago.
Yeah.
Starring Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that, Super Bowl preview.
Predictions.
One Beer Friday predictions. And who knows what'll happen.
Fun.
Other things will happen. Well, we'll have to react to the UNO men, the
trash can,
the trash can team, and the well, it's a good thing.
Don't be rude, John. Stop trash talking the trash team.
No, I'm not trash talking. It's just
Put their heads
trash
in like
can.
trash can. Hey, look at us.
Their
Canva.
mascot's Oscar the Grouch.
That girl is Canva.
Have a great rest of your Thursday. Good night, everybody.
Bye, John.
Bye.